Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the second day of the conference. I am Anikó Izsák, and I will chair today's first panel. I would like to ask those who don't speak at a certain moment to turn off the cameras because it slows the system. Our first presenter today is Károly Ignác, who is a historian and researcher of elections. His main research field is the history of elections in Hungary, especially in Budapest. He is a research fellow of the Institute of Political History and since 2018, senior researcher of the ERC project Nepostrans. Károly, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Anikó, for the introduction. I share the screen. Yes. Okay. At the end of July 1920, László Budavary, Christian socialist representative of one of the constituencies around Budapest, submitted a proposal to the parliament, quote, on the urgent institutional solution of the Jewish question in Hungary. The 10 points of his proposal would have been a collective and comprehensive disenfranchisement, and the slide shows the main exclusion. In addition, according to the proposal, Jewish traders should be excluded from public supply, which was one of the main issues in the suburbs of Budapest at the time. Tobacco and beverage sales and similar business should all be handed over to Christians by the complete renewal of the official licenses. And the large private and corporate wealth acquired during the war should be confiscated and used to help Christians who became impoverished in the war. Finally, Budavary also suggested that all international non-Christian political and social organizations and parties should be disbanded, and that those who agitate against the Hungarian state, Hungarian national unity and territorial integrity, or just mock Hungarian citizens for their national and Christian beliefs should be sentenced to death. Who was this young 30-year-old MP? Budavary came from a village in Ugocsa County. He was born into a family with a Ruthenian background. In the 1910s, he worked as a teacher and newspaper editor, and after his war service, he was transferred to the Budapest Education Inspectorate. At the end of 1917, he and his wife couldn't rent a suitable apartment near his workplace in Buda, because in his interpretation, all the apartments were in the hands of the Jews. So he finally settled on the other side of the Danube in the newly formed village of POST-WWI, north of Pest. Then, from the fall of 1919, he organized the Christian movement there and entered the parliament in the January 1920 election, when Christian party candidates won in all individual constituencies around Budapest after the Social Democrats boycotted the election because of the White Terror. Budavary's anti-Jews demands in 1920 were considered extreme even in the contemporary Hungarian anti-Semitic political discourse, and the majority of Christian and right-wing leading politicians distance themselves from them. At the same time, these demands also provide a picture of what social problems and the anti-Semitic politicians saw and how it related to the so-called Jewish question, the fantasy of a struggle between Christian and Jewish races perceived as separate groups. In my presentation, I would like to show the peculiarities of the anti-Semitic movement in special area, the large suburbs on the west side of the capital, and how it tried to influence and transform the society, mainly the lives of industrial workers and petty bourgeois in the years after the war and the collapse. First, it is important to emphasize the fundamentally Christian socialist nature of the movement, which was in line with the main social characteristics of Budapest area. The movement primarily proclaimed the organization and representation of the petty bourgeois and industrial workers and declared two main political and social opponents against them. One, and the so-called Jewish capital, from the big manufacturers to the local merchants and craftsmen, and the other, the so-called international Jewish-led social democratic movement that ruled the Christian workers. The Christian socialists demanded strong state intervention, redistribution to support officials and workers by restricting or even taking away Jewish capital. In addition, they tried to give as much publicity as possible to local special problems. For example, Budapest repeatedly demanded from the government to improve public transport between the capital and its suburbs, or the urgent construction of basic public utilities, electricity, gas, etc. So it was a comprehensive movement that, in keeping with the spirit of the time, set to extend its influence to all areas of life. In the economic field, local Christian socialist trade unions were formed, as well as new business associations and consumer cooperatives, which were organized on a Christian basis. In the social sphere, Christian public figures tried to take existing local civic associations to their side, even take over their leadership, but of course they also formed new ones. Of these, it is important to highlight the infamous far-right Association of Awakening Hungarians, Ébredő Magyarok, whose local groups had also been formed in the settlements around the capital. Those groups operated separate advocacy offices to which Christian residents could turn if they were offended in their day-to-day affairs, especially if they came into a conflict with Jews. By the way, the real political home of Budapest was the Association Awakening Hungarians, where by the end of 1921 he had become a national vice president. Right-wing associations also set to organize local social and cultural life by holding celebrations, literary evenings, and similar programs, and were able to appear in religious life through local Christian church figures. In order to influence the local public opinion, the Christian movement also appeared in the local press. Either existing local weekly newspapers were taken over, or new ones were launched in the largest settlements. At the same time, it is important to stress that the initial Christian unity soon disintegrated. On the one hand, sensing the Christian and national as well as anti-Semitic wave, at first many old and new local politicians tried to position themselves under the Christian flag. On the other hand, after 1920 election, the national Christian movement also disintegrated into several parts, and this division was subsequently reflected locally. In the following part, I turn the specific activities that characterize the Christian movement, focusing primarily on action against Jews. In the first period, there was also physical violence against the Jews in many settlements. In the village of Erzsébetfalva, in the first day of the counter-revolution, the local senior official who was Jewish was arrested and beaten by a police officer. After the incident, the municipality, the district of chief magistrate, and the county's vice prefect protested in vain against the violence and stood by the local leader, who was preferred to resign in order to survive the transition period. However, one of the best documented cases was in POST-WWI, where MP Budawari lived, because the action of the local youth personally attached to him, beating, harassment, and finally armed violence, and this one appeared in the national press. In the spring of 1921, the situation deteriorated to the point where at the request of local citizens, the capital's police restored the order, arresting the awakeners' criminals. This normalized the situation in the village, and also the criminals were released in early 1922 due to the general amnesty for acts committed during the White Terror. The violence didn't return to the village. Indirect violences included the reporting of local opponents to the authorities, often followed by arrest or internment. In the first period, the Christian Socialists and the Awakeners had good relation with the military and law enforcement agencies, and in several places compiled separate lists of perceived local opponents in their past. This practice took on such a serious effect nationwide that in the spring of 1920, the Minister of the Interior tried to take action in a separate decree against unlawful internments, the revision of which led to the mass release of unjustly accused persons. Such was the case in Újpest, where a local priest, the leader of the Christian Socialist Party and newspaper, reported the editors of two other competing weekly newspapers to the authorities, resulting in the arrests of both editors and nearly a year internment for one of them, which involved a temporary pause in the newspaper publication. Incidentally, the editors reported were not Jews themselves, but their papers were seen by the Christian Socialists as representing the Freemasoning Jewish spirit. Going further, the slogan of economic struggle was central to the ideology of anti-Semitic movement. The goal was to break the so-called Jewish economic superiority, and the economic organization and strengthening of Christian society was deemed as absolutely essential to achieve that. Some MPs also called for a partial or even complete restriction on Jewish business. In POST-WWI, for example, the followers of Budawari managed to get to the local representative body to exclude Jewish traders from the distribution of public goods in the village in 1919. Following the traders' complaint, the Ministry of Food Supply ordered an investigation into the matter. The village chief notary said that some militant anti-Jewish local representatives were mainly responsible, and while the majority might have had a different opinion, no one dared to speak out against them so as not to fall into suspicion of Jewish friendship. Given the activities of the local Awakeners criminals mentioned earlier, their fears were not unfounded. Regardless of this local success, however, the relationship between the anti-Semitic movement and local administration was quite problematic in the suburbs of Budapest. The Christian Socialists, like in the capital, didn't want to accept the restoration of pre-1918 local leaders and representative bodies in the suburbs, as far as was the case nationally. They succeeded in Budapest. First, a government commissioner took over the capital, and then in the local elections held under the new rules in the summer of 1920, the Christian Party won and took power. They also wanted to transform the suburbs according to the new Christian spirit. In the end, however, the central government suspended the local autonomy only in two places, in the city of Újpest and in the village of Csepel. Government commissioners were appointed to govern these settlements, but no local elections were held anywhere in 1920. How did the Christian socialists justify the need for renewal? The Christian newspaper in Újpest wrote that the city representative body was influenced by, quote, a Jewish, Freemasoning and communist spirit, and had nearly 130 Jews out of the 200 members, which was the reason why the Minister of Interior had dissolved it. The leaders of the Christian Socialist Party of the village of Kispest, with a population of 50,000, argued similarly when non-public petition was submitted to the Minister of Interior seeking the dissolution of the local representative body. According to their description, in Kispest, the former main nest of Bolshevism, the main obstacle to Christian renewal was the vast majority of local representatives were Jewish, so a vigorous cleansing should be done. At the same time, it was also written in the petition that only a few elected local representatives attended the assemblies, so it was not them, but the municipal officials who are ex officio members of the board that decided local affairs, in a Jewish spirit, of course. At this point, it is worth addressing the question of defining the enemy, specifically, according to the Christian socialists and anti-Semites, who is Jewish and who Jewish influence prevail. The main enemies in their world were the Galician Jews, who immigrated en masse in Hungary after 1914 and became rich during the war, and this mythical image even appeared in the government decree ordering their exclusion. According to local administrative reports, however, such persons were not really in Hungary. Of Kispest district, nearly 150,000 inhabitants, only one such Jews was found and expelled. At the same time, the above adjective was used to stigmatize even in specific cases. When, for example, a Jewish homeowner terminated his tenant's contract in the village of Kispest, the local awakened group issued an open protest that, quote, the Galician Jews had evicted our Hungarian brother, a state official, and his family who had fled northern Hungary. If we look at the actual proportion of Jews in the suburbs, we see the following. In Újpest, the ratio was especially high, close to that of the capital, 20%. In the other settlement with tens of thousands of residents, the proportion was 8 in Erzsébetfalva and between 5 and 6% in Kispest and Rákospalota. At the same time, by a confidential decree of the Minister of Interior, a statement was made at the end of 1920 of the number of Jewish municipal officials in service in each village. Based on this, Erzsébetfalva had the largest number with 6 Jewish people, including a Christian person, and the notary responsible for local supply, who had already been suspended due to the attacks on him. But they had all been in municipal service for a long time, some of them from 1913, 1914, and some of them for 15 or 20 years. There was only one Jewish official in each of other villages, and none in POST-WWI. Nevertheless, the anti-Semitic called these municipal bodies and officials Jewish-minded, as we saw earlier in the petition of Christian socialists in Kispest. The circle of the enemy was expanded more and more to the so-called Freemason with baptismal letters, and to traitors Christians serving the interest of Jews. For example, the chief magistrate of the Kispest district was attacked for not attending events of the Christian Socialist Party and associations, and then in the Christian newspaper he was accused of arming local Jews for secret purposes, because supposedly granted permits to possess firearms to 6 Jews while deferring Christian applications. The accused chief magistrate of Kispest was and remained a respect official under the right-wing government of the 1920s. The Christian Socialists of Budapest attacked the activities of the government commissioner of the city, who was a refugee Hungarian state official, more and more vigorously, reaching the point that they demanded his replacement in order the city could be truly renewed. Later, however, they couldn't prevent the former government commissioner from being elected as the new mayor of the city when the city's autonomy was restored. Overall, also the Christian Socialists had a minor and partial success. They were unable to achieve their goal of renewing local administrations. Due to the development of national politics, no new law was passed on local governments. The local municipal elections held from 1921 on were held according to the old rules, and the extremists didn't succeed. The incoming new pro-Christian local representatives were more moderate, but that also contributed to the internal conflicts of the movement. Divisions within the Christian movements led to the more radical politicians to uncover their former allies as agents of the Jews. In this regard, WWI and his followers went the farthest. They added not only the local chief notary, but also the Catholic parish priest and other Christian leading figures to the blacklist of internees. But it was precisely the local election in POST-WWI where the WWI and his followers spectacularly failed, that demonstrated that the extremist anti-Semitic had become a loud and flashy group which remained in minority. In conclusion, it worth briefly addressing the support of these anti-Semitic political forces and social movements. While it would be difficult to quantify precisely their support in these transition years, we can definitely speak of their clear failure. After the Christian socialist successes of the 1920 parliamentary elections, the Social Democrats won the new election of 1922 in the suburbs. They won more than half of the votes of the newly organized constituency around Budapest. It was also a bit symbolic that the last mandate of this constituency was won by a liberal politician who at the same time was a committed Jewish person and who openly undertook to protect the attacked Jewish minority. So the Christian right-wing movement received more than twice as many votes as the liberals. Those were divided among 4 different parties, so in the end none of them gained a seat. After that, in 1922, 1923, local elections were held in the largest suburbs, in which the alliance of the Liberals and the Social Democrats won against the local Christian forces, which represent a kind closure to the transition years in the suburbs of Budapest. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Carl, for the presentation. Our next speaker is Jan Rybak, who is an early career fellow at the Birkbeck Institute for the Study of Antisemitism at the University of London. He holds a PhD in history from the European University Institute and has previously been a postdoctoral research fellow at the University of York and an external lecturer at the University of Salzburg. His first book, Everyday Zionism in East Central Europe, Nation Building in War and Revolution, 1914 and 1920, was published by Oxford University Press in August 2021. Jan, please.
Yes, brilliant. Thank you very much for the introduction. I unfortunately didn't manage to have files all day. I had some technical issues with that, slides, so I had some technical issues with that, so I think you will have to, I can't offer that, I'm sorry you have to help me. Gabor asked me to give try to give a more broader picture of what I'm working on, what I've been working on, so the question of how we can explain Zionism's breakthrough in Central and Eastern European Jewish politics and society through the First World War, and how Jews in this context made sense of the transition of 1918, the nationalization of politics and of societies and the reorganization of Europe. And I'm trying to do that and trying to raise some of the issues in this context. So, recently released from prison in late 1918, Rosa Luxemburg commented on the political transformations in Eastern and Central Europe. And I quote, "Everywhere, nations and nationlets, Nationen, claim the right to form a state. Decayed corpses rise from 100-year-old graves full of springtime energies, from Lenztrieb erfüllt, and peoples without history who have never formed an independent state now feel the immediate urge to do so. Poles, Ukrainians, Belarusians, Lithuanians, Czech, Yugoslavs, 10 new nations in the Caucasus, Zionists are already creating their ghetto in Palestine." End quote. So what the German, Jewish, Polish, and mainly internationalist revolutionary considered to be at best a distraction and at worst a danger to the imminent world revolution remains at the heart of the conceptualization of how we read and how we understand the end of the First World War and the transformation of Europe. Understanding this transformation from empires to nation states in this context of the supposed triumph of nationalism remains, despite all the critical revisionist research of the past 2 decades and of many of the wonderful presentations that we heard yesterday and will continue to hear today during this conference. This idea still remains central in the reading of this period, and I think we have to, maybe in a later discussion, might want to reflect on whether this challenging of nation, or how we deal with this question of nation, is still at the center of this experience. And, yeah. So, and in the historiography of the Jewish experience in this period, to a large extent mirrors this wider assessment, or this framing of this nationalizing moment. And without a doubt, Jewish nationalism and Zionism in particular emerged from the First World War as one of the, if not the, leading force in Jewish social and political life in Central and Eastern Europe. Membership of the World Zionist Organization multiplied 5 times, even more in the region in question. The membership of some other organizations like the Socialist Zionist Coalition increased tenfold. The commonplace explanation relates to the Balfour Declaration, so the British promise for the establishment of a Jewish national homeland, Palestine, in a way understood as the Jewish version of a Wilsonian moment, if you will. Joshua James concluded his absolutely wonderful book on Jewish nationalism and Zionism in Galicia before the First World War with the observation that, quote, Zionism generally remained a fringe political movement until 1917, when Britain issued the Balfour Declaration and seemed to fulfill Herzl's dream of an international charter for a Jewish home in Palestine, end quote. And not dissimilarly, Joseph Gorny observed in his study on labor Zionism and the Bund, quote, the Bund's rejectionism gathered strength and ferocity after the war due to the Balfour Declaration, Jews' greatest international and national achievement since their dispersion. This achievement catapulted the Zionist movement to a vastly higher status in the Jewish street, end quote. And such examples could be continued. It seems to be almost self-explanatory that due to the Balfour Declaration, we can observe a breakthrough of the Zionist movement and Zionist ideas in Jewish political consciousness and political activity. And I would like to raise two issues with this assessment. The first is a methodological or theoretical problem, as this explanation essentially aims to explain nationalism by itself and through its own terms. So in a way, because there is nation, there is nation. So because of the promise of national emancipation, people become nationalists. Because there was now supposedly a national homeland, people decided that this mattered to them, and that they should support the movement that aimed to establish a state or establish that homeland there. And this on the one side, this reiterates the nationalism and state paradigm and remains squarely within the logic employed by national activists themselves, who had always argued that if the Jews would be granted the right to Palestine, this is the national charter, as an internationally and legally assured homeland, as the Zionist program had asserted, then they would also awaken and go up to the land. And in this theory, all that held them back from the movement and from their national emancipation was the lack of such guarantees. And now with such guarantees in place, the true national will of the people could finally be expressed. And all the problems with this circular argument, so nation because of nation, but indirectly is reflected in the sources. There is simply very little evidence that the Balfour Declaration led to widespread enthusiasm in Central and Eastern Europe. When reading through diaries and letters that were written at the time, even by many of those who were in some ways connected to the Zionist movement, even Zionist activists sometimes, the lack of any mention of this supposedly so important event is quite remarkable. And even in where it's mentioned, it's a short episode. Essentially, that occupies people for a few weeks or months at best, and then quietly goes away again, because it seems not to matter directly to people in the region. To be sure, there were exceptions, but they need to be seen in context and are often quite limited, making them fit much less into this national master narrative. In January 1918, for example, to give one of these exceptions, Shimon Rosenbaum, the leader of the Zionist movement in Lithuania, wrote in a letter to his comrades in Berlin, and I quote, "Since the English Declaration in November of last year, an excellent atmosphere for Zionism, especially in the provinces, has developed here. A number of new associations have been founded, which have been able to raise considerable funds." End quote. However, under the impression of the end of the World War and the subsequent revolutionary upheavals in the region, Rosenbaum had to report in December of 1918, just 11 months later, quote, the Zionists of the East, for whom I can still speak, are very weak and have little influence. The broader masses reject them due to their Zionist one-sidedness, so that I will no longer be able to speak on behalf of the Jews of the East as I used to." End quote. Only a month later, January 1919, the German occupation ended, and after a brief national intermezzo, the Red Army took over Vilnius. The local Zionist committee wrote about the mood amongst the local Jewish population, quote, "The masses are becoming more and more Bolshevist by the day. Zionism, as it is considered to be reactionary, is quickly losing ground," end quote. So over the course of just 1 year, the mood amongst the local Jewish population had changed substantially. From new and enthusiastic support for Zionism, which local activists attributed to the effect of the Balfour Declaration, the English Declaration, to wide-ranging rejection of the movement and its ideas, apparently, because it's considered to be reactionary under changed circumstances. So I'm bringing these examples because I believe that they highlight how such nationalist moments, in inverted commas, only make sense for people in very specific contexts and situations. They alone do not suffice to explain the rise of Zionism in this period. Rather, I suggest looking at the role Zionist activists, such as Rosenbaum, but many others throughout the region, played in their respective communities during the war and in its aftermath. The war itself, while being ostensibly fought by multinational empires, put the nation at the center of considerations, both in a political way, with politicians considering how a post-war order should look like, and crucially on an everyday level. Relief work and the response to the pressing needs of the population was effectively nationalized, from nationally segregated refugee camps to nationally segregated relief committees. The struggle between various national movements over centrally allocated relief funds and goods, to the struggle to build national orphanages to prevent one's own orphanages to fall into the hand of a rebel nation. The Zionist movement was fully part of this process. Rather than being concerned with a future homeland in the Middle East, as its critics had always claimed it only was, the movement soon turned to the nationalization of communities through social and relief work. In a way, they responded to the pressures of society, the pressures of the war, but also internal demand amongst members that they had to concentrate on what really mattered to people. To be sure, they were not the only ones to do so, quite the contrary. Throughout Eastern and Central Europe, all political movements, whatever their background or orientation, engaged in relief work, and the struggle for funds came to be the central field of political conflicts between the various parties. As in 1916, an observer of the American Jewish Joint Distribution Committee wrote in regard to the situation in Warsaw, which he found absolutely terrible, and I quote, "Getting money means getting political power. Whoever can open another soup kitchen gets thousands more followers. Whoever can feed and clothe his children in school wins their families as supporters. Welfare activities have become a tool of political power." End quote. Zionists were incredibly successful in these endeavors. They built soup kitchens and free clinics. They founded kindergartens, orphanages, summer camps, and schools. For the schools, they established teacher training facilities and set up workshops in which young people could train for their future professions. One of the most successful endeavors was to create social centers in which young people of both genders, something traditionally unheard of and quite outrageous in the eyes of many, could meet and socialize. Towards the end of the war, a local Zionist organization somewhere in Poland or Galicia would typically run a Beitraum, a house of the people. There would be a soup kitchen, a library with a small reading room, and maybe even a theater. At certain times of the week, a lawyer would give free legal advice, and every other day, a doctor, also a member of the Zionist organization, would come in and have free consultation with patients. Young people could come and socialize and read Zionist literature, and also non-Zionist literature. Party meetings or meetings of cultural and professional associations would be held in the building, and the offices of the local Zionist party would be located there. Similarly, the steering committee of the local Zionist school, kindergarten, and orphanage would regularly meet, and this made sense because these committees were to a large extent all made up of exactly the same people. In short, through relief work, Zionist activities established themselves at the very heart of local Jewish communities. And from groups of before the war had often been rather isolated, predominantly bourgeois intellectuals and often considered as dreamers of a future homeland far, far away, they came to be leaders of the people, and they came to be community activists with deep roots in their communities. And it was those forms of activism that made them attractive for so many people. So by proving through their daily work that they, Zionists, actually cared for them, and they were the ones who could deliver support, their political ideas in turn, Zionism and their program, also gained credibility. even if its printed program had sometimes absolutely nothing and usually very little to do with what people were usually up to. So the collapse of the Central Powers, to move on towards the end of the war, the collapse of the Central Powers and the transformations of the old multinational empire into none less multinational nation states directly connected to the nationalizing processes that took place during the war. Zionists built on their experiences of not only representing the party cause, but to take responsibility for the entire nation by establishing national representative bodies, national councils, throughout the region. Many of you working on this period will be familiar with these structures, and I believe that Elizabeth Hyde is going to talk about them in relation to her local case in just a few minutes. These national councils aim to fill the power vacuum after the collapse of especially the Habsburg state and claimed to represent the nation and its ambitions in its entirety. Zionist efforts in this respect mirrored the efforts of other nationalists. They too were convinced that this would be the time of national awakening and the reorganization of Eastern and Central Europe, according to the criteria of ascribed nationality. In several places, most notably in East Galicia, where the conflict between Polish and Ukrainian nationalists was particularly fierce and brutal, Zionists did in fact manage to attain this role as speakers on behalf of the entire nation, even if it was only for a very short time. But they came to be the speakers on an international level and also in relation to other national movements, Polish and Ukrainian especially. The national councils they set up encompassed all the social and relief work activists had done in the organization and frame of the party in previous years, while giving it the aura of a non-political national quasi-official institution, turning the former religiously defined Jewish community into a constitutive institution of the nation. The National Council fit into the logic of nationalism that aimed to remake the region. Of course, at the heart of it was, to an extent, a very tragic misreading of the situation by Zionists and other Jewish activists, of course. While they wholeheartedly welcomed as national conceptions for the creation of the post-war order, of course they were themselves nationalists, they argued that no nation would be able to overpower the others, and therefore suggested the creation of states of many nations, in which Poles, Ukrainians and Jews would share the same territory, but would live autonomously, organized through means of autonomous national bodies. The same was also suggested in many other regions, like in Poznan, for example, of Jews, Germans and Poles living together in structured autonomously. And in Lithuania, essentially throughout the region. This was effectively an attempt to square the circle, to maintain what people knew, the multinational cohabitation of a region, with the ethno-nationalist principle, which was not only at the heart of the movement's program, but was also seemed to be the principle and the logic of the day. But the logic of ethno-nationalism was that was dominant at this moment was that of the homogenized nation state. To be sure, there were strong local differences, or rather different agendas depending on what circumstances. Whereas Zionists usually reached good or at least working understandings with local Polish and Ukrainian nationalists, these understandings were rendered meaningless once more powerful outside forces with a different agenda came into a town. The triumph of nationalism, supposed triumph of nationalism at the end of the war, meant for the Jewish population a series of pogroms, particularly in East Galicia. But to give just one example, in the mixed Ukrainian-Polish-Jewish town of Przemysl, at the border between Poland and Ukraine today, the initial days after the collapse of the Habsburg state were not marked by violence. Rather, Polish, Ukrainian, and Jewish nationalists set up their own national institutions, national councils, and national militias. The militias upheld order in their respective quarters of the town, and the national councils even came together in a short-lived multinational city administration. The Polish National Council produced posters in which it affirmed the recognition of its Jewish counterpart, and the local Ukrainian nationalist newspaper Volya declared that Jews were in fact allowed to carry arms in their district. It was only with the arrival of outside forces, first Ukrainian and later mainly Polish, who had no interest in such local arrangements, that the Jewish population was subjected to massive violence and a violent pogrom in November 1918. To illustrate the dynamics of nationalization here, when the Polish army had taken the city, the military commander demanded the payment of 3 million crowns as a deposit, kautsy, from the local Jewish community. But while he addressed the statement to everyone of Mosaic faith and wrote his statement officially to the Jewish community in Neshidovska, the real addressee was the Jewish National Council, and it was the Jewish National Council who responded to it, who had replaced as the leading body the traditional Jewish community. And Jews were prosecuted for the fact that they were Jews, but they were also represented by a Zionist-led Jewish National Council as Jews, as a Jewish nation equal to others. The new violence that swept through Central and Eastern Europe after the end of the formal end of the Great War fundamentally challenged Jewish position in society. How could or how should they relate to the new states whose implicit logic rejected them, told them that this was not their state? Zionists gave answers to these pressing questions, but their main answer was not an argument for immigration to Palestine and the creation of one's own national state, but a national self-organization in Europe. They had set an example for this through their relief work and their day-to-day activism during the war, and they tried to implement such a new form of social organization in the aftermath of the war through the National Council. And this was their nation-building project. But it was not a nation-building project, but it was a nation-building project that was decidedly rooted in Europe and had very little to do with the idea of a future Jewish home in Palestine. And the Balfour Declaration did not fundamentally change this. So if we will return to the question raised at the beginning, or rather the problem raised by Rosa Luxemburg, the claim of the new nations and nation-lands to form a state was key to the Jewish experience in this period. But it was not the forming of a, quote, ghetto in Palestine, quote, by the Zionists that was important. Rather, it was the response to the nationalizing processes that were evident already during the Imperial War and that shaped the post-war order, with Zionists making a credible claim, or trying to make a credible claim, that they, just as everyone else, would build a nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jan, for your presentation. Our next presenter is Elizabeth Hyde, who is a postdoctoral researcher on the ERC project Nepostrans and the Institute of Political History in Budapest. She studied history and Slavonic studies in Vienna and was a fellow in the doctoral program Austrian Galicia and its multicultural heritage. Her dissertation on Galicia as a subject of Austrian and Russian propaganda in World War I was published in 2019. Elizabeth, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Annika, for the introduction. So I just try to open my presentation. So in my presentation, I want to shed light on the role of ethnicity in local politics in the multi-ethnic region of Eastern Galicia, and I will focus on the example of the city of Kolomia. So Kolomia was located in the southeast of the Habsburg province Galicia and was with around 40,000 inhabitants, one of the larger cities in the region. Kolomia's demographic structure was rather typical of the region. So while the rural surroundings were mostly inhabited by Ukrainian speakers, the city's population consisted of Jews, who made up the largest population group in Kolomia, Poles as the second, Ukrainians or Ruthenians as they were called at the time, and a smaller proportion of Germans. The division of the population into these groups was widely recognized and was also reflected, for example, in cultural associations and political parties since the late 19th century. However, these were not official categories, as Jews were not recognized as a nationality within the Habsburg Empire, and the definition of these population groups, or the classification of individuals into these groups, was by no means so clear. So religious confession, language, or self-identification could be used as sometimes contradictory criteria. Moreover, these categories partly overlapped with social classes in Galicia, in Eastern Galicia in general. So, and religious and linguistic divisions often were congruent, namely in the case of Polish-speaking Roman Catholics, Ukrainian-speaking Greek Catholics, and Yiddish-speaking Jews. But acculturation or assimilation processes and widespread multilingualism blurred these dividing lines. So many Jews, for example, adopted the Polish language and culture, which had been politically dominant in Galicia since the 1860s. At the same time, national movements increasingly demanded unambiguous identifications. So Jews met this demand in different ways, identifying, for example, as Poles of the Mosaic confession or as nationally Jewish. National discourses dominated politics in Galicia since the late 19th century and became increasingly important also in local politics. However, developments during the First World War increased the pressure for unambiguous national identities. So on the one hand, the experiences of ethnicized violence during the war, exerted by both the Russian and the Austrian military forces, contributed to this nationalization, as well as the competing Polish and Ukrainian claims to Eastern Galicia, and the respective concepts of political representation. When the dissolution of the Habsburg monarchy was on the horizon, local Polish and Ukrainian political activists made preparations to assert their claims to the region in October 1918. On November 1st, 1918, Ukrainian representatives proclaimed the West Ukrainian People's Republic on the territory of Eastern Galicia. A few days later, the conflict over Eastern Galicia culminated in a Polish-Ukrainian war, which began with a Polish uprising in the Galician capital, Lviv. And due to the success of the Polish army, the state territory of the West Ukrainian Republic was shrinking. As early as mid-November 1918, Lviv was in Polish hands, and in summer 1919, the last territories of Eastern Galicia, including Kolomia, were integrated into the Polish Republic, and the West Ukrainian state was dissolved. The war not only exacerbated Polish-Ukrainian conflicts, but also put enormous pressure on the Jewish population in the region. So also Jewish representatives proclaimed a strict neutrality in the Polish-Ukrainian conflict. Jews were suspected by both sides of betrayal and collaboration with the enemy. These accusations sometimes culminated in anti-Jewish violence, in particular in Lviv, but there were also some cases of anti-Jewish violence in Kolomia. But as Jan also mentioned, mainly from external forces. Apart from these violent conflicts, national issues also played a central role in debates on political reforms. So in the following, I will outline the debates on local self-government in Kolomia. To what extent did these debates promote ethnic division in local politics, And how did the frameworks of the respective states affect debates on political representation and local politics? Overall, World War I and the subsequent state-building processes questioned established political and social structures. Besides the dismantling of social privileges or democratization, the question of an appropriate representation of the different ethnic or national groups in the city played an essential role in local debates. This is particularly evident in the concept of national personal autonomy. This concept dated back to the Habsburg monarchy, where it was implemented in several regional compromises, as Jan also mentioned yesterday, and was meant as a means to deal with national diversity and to appease national conflicts. The Galician Compromise of 1914, which was negotiated to appease Polish-Ukrainian conflicts in the Crown Land, also included some elements of national personal autonomy. So the new electoral law on the Galician Diet provided for a separate Ukrainian electoral register and was intended to strengthen Ukrainian representation in the Diet to some extent and to mitigate the political dominance of the Polish elites. At the local level, in Kolomyia, the concept received new impetus in 1917, when a reorganization of the city council was discussed in Kolomyia in the framework of the Russian occupation of the region during World War I. The discussions in Kolomyia were facilitated by the developments in Russia, by the Russian February Revolution. So the local self-government elected before the war had been dissolved under Russian occupation in 1914. In 1917, however, the Russian occupation authorities in Kolomyia called for elections to a new city council. The election procedure should be negotiated by a citizens' assembly, and in any case, the balance between Polish and Ukrainian members should be taken into account. The announcement of local elections gave rise to discussions about a reform of the Austrian law on local elections, which had greatly privileged the upper class. So, nevertheless, social issues played rather a marginal role in the debates on the convened Citizens' Assembly. Rather, the focus was on the question of an appropriate representation of the different nationalities in the city, namely Poles, Ukrainians, and Jews, while the latter had not been recognized as a nationality in the Habsburg monarchy. Conflicts at the Citizens' Assembly were mainly perceived as national conflicts. And in consequence, the Russian authorities eventually convened 3 separate assemblies, a Polish, a Ukrainian, and a Jewish one, which were to elect their representatives to an electoral committee which should negotiate the election procedure. In Austrian times, the city council had predominantly represented the Polish and Jewish elites of the city, and therefore the Ukrainian assembly in particular saw the elections as an opportunity for a stronger Ukrainian representation in the city council and spoke in favor, on the one hand, for general elections, and on the other hand, for national electoral curia. So from a Ukrainian perspective, social and national issues went hand in hand. The Jewish assembly also favored national electoral curia. At the Polish assembly, on the other hand, the opinion of the members of the dissolved city council prevailed, and they argued that in the current situation, no elections should take place, and they alone, so the old members of the city council, would be the legitimate representatives of the city. However, the fact that all councillors who stayed in the city during the Russian occupation were Poles, since many Jews had left the city, played an important role for this argument at the Polish assembly. The Russian occupation authorities supported the formation of a national curia. However, it is not clear which criteria should be applied to divide the population into this national curia, because the Russian occupation came to an end in the summer of 1917 before elections could be held or before details of the election mode had been finalized. And the existing documents also do not provide precise information on how the mentioned assemblies were composed. The concept of national personal autonomy was taken up again in Colombia within the framework of the Russo-Ukrainian People's Republic in December 1918. So the Ukrainian state offered quite favorable conditions for this. Immediately after the seizure of power, the Ukrainian government had called on Poles, Jews and Germans to send their own delegates to the provisional Ukrainian parliament. And later on, in April 1919, the regulations on parliamentary elections adopted were also based on the principle of national personal autonomy, according to which each nationality should be represented in proportion to its share of the population. Moreover, as Jan already mentioned, Ukrainian, Jewish and Polish national councils were formed at the local level in many places, including Colombia, and were referring to the principle of self-determination. But in addition to these national councils, a new city council was formed in Colombia in December 1918, which represented all nationalities in proportion to the share of the population. That means that also the council was headed by a Ukrainian commissioner. Ukrainians remained in the minority with 24% of the council members. Jews made up 44%, Poles 28%, and Germans 4% of the council members. So the principle of national representation, discussed in 1917, was implemented within the framework of the Western Ukrainian Republic. But there were no direct elections held at the time. So the delegates to the city council were nominated by local parties and organizations. The establishment of a council encompassing all nationalities, on the one hand, can be seen as an attempt to overcome national divisions and appease conflicts. This was particularly important in view of the Polish-Ukrainian War, which caused considerable tensions also at the local level in Colombia. On the other hand, national voters for the council required national classifications, which were by no means self-evident. Especially among the Jewish population in Colombia, there were significant political tensions. Polish assimilated Jews, for example, criticized the Zionist-dominated Jewish National Council, which claimed to represent the entire Jewish population of the city, and allegedly, as their opponents argued, owed its great influence to the support of the Ukrainian authorities. It's, of course, quite plausible that the balance of power shifted in favor of national Jewish activists within the framework of the Ukrainian Republic, but it's not true that only members of the Jewish National Council were represented in the city council. So, for example, the socialist Dr. Shaw, who was not active in the Jewish Socialist Party but in the Polish Socialist Party, also received a Jewish seat at the city council in December 1918. So overall, national quotas required sort of national classifications, and that did not take these ambiguous identifications into account. But this mainly concerned political representatives. As I mentioned, there were no general elections held, and so there was no need to divide the population into national curia at the time. The incorporation of Eastern Galicia into the Polish Republic in 1919 also had a significant impact on the composition of local self-government. The city council established in 1919 was dissolved, and theoretically the Austrian electoral law remained in force at the local level, but no local elections were held until 1927, so for almost 10 years. And the new city council was appointed by the Polish district authorities. However, in the case of Kolomia, the district captain apparently involved local political parties in the decision-making process to constitute a new city council. Other than within the framework of the Ukrainian Republic, there were no official national quotas for the city council in the Polish Republic, but Ukrainian parties were also given the opportunity to propose a certain number of delegates for the city council in Kolomia. Polish political actors, on the other hand, were rather reluctant to recognize Jews as a nationality and to grant them their own political representation. Among the new city councillors were only a few Jews in this first Polish city council. At the same time, local political discourses made it clear that Jews were generally regarded as a distinct group and not as a part of the Polish nation, even by those Polish politicians who advocated cooperation with Polish assimilated Jews. So even if national categories were not institutionalized in local self-government within the framework of the Polish Republic, they played an important role in political discourses, often also referring to experiences of the time of the Polish-Ukrainian War and bring back these conflicts and these accusations of betrayal and collaboration and so on. So in this respect, national divisions seemed to become entrenched after the war. And Zionists and other nationally Jewish parties continued to gain in importance. On the other hand, within the framework of the Polish Republic, later on, all the elites of the pre-war period were able to maintain or regain their position in local politics to a certain extent in the city of Kolomia. And despite of highly nationalized political discourses, representatives of different nationalities continued to form sometimes surprising political alliances, and divisions between different Jewish factions sometimes seem to be at least as fierce as national conflicts at the local level. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Now it is time for questions. Victor.
Thank you for all three presentations, all were very interesting, but I will limit myself to the question to Jan this time. So the way of sort of gaining a hegemonic position among the Jewish populations by the Zionists you presented goes somehow in line with the newer scholarship on the nationalization of various groups during the First World War and during exactly these welfare provisions, various forms of forced migration, and sort of using the ethnic principle in this kind of auxiliary organizations. But How would you like, is it possible maybe to read as well this process from, so to speak, from another side, as at least in respect to the left-wing Zionism, more as a process of an internal change of the socialist movement, and for instance, from within the crisis of the Bund in the previous years, and then we would see this kind of transformation of Jewish politics in line with the processes which, for instance, happened in Polish socialist, Ukrainian, and Georgian at least. And then, like, after all this history of nationalization and sort of opting off various groups of popular classes for the nation state, is not only a history of nationalist parties, this is as well a story of sort of triumph of the more moderate pro-state socialist option. And if we could read Zionism as well along these lines. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a fantastic question. So I mean, I think it's quite obvious that one of the reasons why, or the main reason why people are flocking to the Zionist movement in its broadest sense of the word is not the question of the nation state, but it's the question of the social politics and so on, because they start to matter in people's lives, because their program actually is relevant for people in their daily lives. The case of Coalition, the socialist Zionists, is particularly interesting here, so they really massively grow organizationally, and in several regions and areas they play a key role in the labor movement, punching way above weight in the workers' councils and so on. But also the simultaneous, or just a few days after the Balfour Declaration, Lenin and the Bolsheviks take power in Petrograd, and the Russian Revolution, the subsequent, at least promise of a worldwide revolution, also fundamentally challenges the ideas of Zionism within Coalition, and tries to reconcile their Zionist their Zionist nationalist and their socialist internationalist ideas. There's a significant part of the socialist Zionist membership, especially in Russia, but also in Lithuania and in Poland and in Austria, German Austria, and some other regions, that interprets the revolution as our national program relating to Palestine, at least, does not matter anymore. So if they were convinced that there was an imminent world revolution in the liberation of all of mankind, then why do we need Palestine? What do we need Palestine for? As one headline in one newspaper, one socialist Zionist newspaper once stated. And a large part of them actually abandons socialist Zionism and eventually joins the various communist parties. But you're also absolutely right that one of the factors in this development is how non-Jewish parties, especially social democracy, is related to them. And the fact that during the pogroms in Galicia and during the pogroms of the Polish-Soviet War, Piłsudski is in power and the PPS is in power in Poland. This does drive quite a lot of Jews who would have like political sympathies for the PPS away from that and search for other options and other possibilities for organization.
Some other questions? Gabor?
So thank you very much for the presentation. I have actually a question for Károly and also for Jan. For Károly, this is rather a simple way of connecting your talk with the second one, the subsequent. Whether you have seen anything in these localities that resembles that kind of Jewish self-organization that Jan was speaking of as a potential way of defending the Jews, and it also means also whether you see some kind of, what kind of self-definition of Jewry you see there, because especially this alliance of social democrats and liberals you mentioned could mean that it was not necessarily, so somehow the Jews were in a sense divided between social democrats and liberals in political terms, and therefore probably not self-organizing as an ethnic group. And for Jan, what I found very interesting in your presentation is the role of crisis in the crystallization of this national self-organization. And I'm especially important because the concept of world nationalism, as far as I know, is focusing more on emotional mobilization and the war experience in the trenches as a crucial additional element of a very rapid crystallization of national allegiances. While in your presentation, and as Victor also mentioned, I think it's very much well aligned with recent historiography on the role of that kind of provisioning. I would say that this is a different aspect of the same crisis, and maybe it is even more important than those emotional moments that war nationalism posits in this period. So.
Thank you, Gabor, for the question, and you are right that I don't see separate Jewish movement or a separate Jewish life, social or political life in these suburbs. So they had a religious life, it's obvious, but as you mentioned, that the social democrats and liberals has a connect with the Jewish population, especially the liberals. I think I mentioned the liberal politicians in the end of my presentation, and he was he tried to avoid the Jewish population in the suburbs. So and the connection of the liberals and but it not was the liberal not was a Jewish movement. I think that some liberals, some Jewish people was liberal politicians, but he had tried to construct a broad movement with social democrats, with Christian politicians. So it was not I think it's not a Jewish movement.
So thank you very much for the question. For me, I would like just briefly comment on Hungary, because just to be sure, my work didn't concentrate on Hungary. I think that everybody who's aware, who's familiar with the Hungarian case, knows that Zionism did not make a breakthrough in this period. But I did find occasional material in Hungary. What is interesting is that immediately after the war, there's also a Jewish National Council in Hungary again. Just to highlight how in some cases this was rather performative. So this was a group of a few dozen people essentially who claimed before the world with telegrams being sent to Wilson and so on that they are now representing the national will of the entirety of Hungarian Jewry. Of course, against quite angry protest of the established communal leadership, especially in Budapest. To Gabor's questions briefly, this experience of the trenches is also really actually important. I didn't have the time to touch on that, but In the context of the civil war and the violence and the pogroms that are taking place after, immediately following the First World War, especially in Galicia, there are Jewish militias being set up, mainly led by Zionists and made up almost completely of former Jewish Habsburg soldiers. And for them, it's on one side it's about self-defense, but on the other side, they are in an experience very similar to Polish or Ukrainian or other former soldiers who are, after 5 years of fighting, are coming into a situation where their region and their home is remade by violence. And they see themselves forced as being a part of that. And these militias, especially in East Galicia, but in several other places as well, they play, they're smaller than the other ones, and they're less powerful than the other ones, but they do play, there's a very similar rationale and very similar experience behind them amongst some of the people. The question of provisioning, I can fully subscribe to what you said. It's absolutely essential for people there, especially with Jews being in minority positions and often discriminated by the administration very heavily, especially in Galicia, but also in Poland and in several other regions. But I think on a political level, it's beyond the delivery of food. It's showing that what Zionists do suddenly matters in people's lives, because what they did before the war, in most cases, didn't really have much of an immediate impact on people's lives, and now it does, and this really changes people's perception of them. I hope this answers the question. Can I ask a question to Elisabeth in her fantastic paper? If I may, could you found it absolutely fascinating, this idea of the Austrian background of these national representative structures and so on, but there's also a Bundist tradition of thinking about national personal autonomy in this way. And from a Jewish perspective, there's very much this tradition of the Old Kahal of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and communal self-administration. So I was wondering how this is discussed in Jewish political context in Colombia. What is the background of that? Do they see that as a resurgence of the Kahal? Is that Renner? Do they admit that they're now implementing a Bundist program? What's the background there? What are the ideas there? Thank you.
So it seems that they refer rather to the Austrian tradition. These citizens' assemblies don't argue that they want to change the Austrian law, but in fact they do with their propositions, but at the same time they still refer to the Austrian law. It's in particular evident in the case of the Ukrainian assembly. They really refer to the Austrian law, and that in a Jewish assembly the protocol is not as detailed as in the other one, so I can't really answer the question for the Jewish assembly, but there are no evident references to other traditions.
We have time for one short question, Sterkan. Thanks for the paper and papers. And my question is for Elizabeth and Jan, how actually the international level becomes local. Because Gabor mentioned yesterday that nationalization and the conceptualization of nation is a process, and if we regard to the Per-Ole Zion, they have been unsuccessful to be recognized within Austria as a national part of social democracy, but they had been successful within the International Office of Social Democracy in Brussels during the First World War. So are these different perspectives
no, within socialism you are just a religion, and yes, within socialism you are a nationality, a nation. Does it play a role at the local levels or at the regional levels? And the second question is to Jan with regard to the Balfour Declaration by the Austrian Minister President in 1918. It was used against the Jews, and he said, well, they have now their homeland in Palestine, and it's no question whether they wish to build up their nation state there, but they will have to, because we don't accept them as citizens in Austria. So how does that picture of the Balfour Declaration as a kind of forced migration tool comes into the picture?
Yeah, thank you very much. Fantastic question. So let me start with the second one. So the Balfour Declaration, in the lens of the Central Powers first, very immediately when it's issued, puts Jews under quite some danger to a large extent, because especially local authorities believe that now all the Jews are supportive of England. And especially in the Habsburg Empire, there's quite a lot of repression done. In the state archives, there are massive amounts of files from especially early 1918 onwards, where the secret police puts a pays very close attention to the various Zionist organizations and to local communities. And some of their international newsletters are banned and so on, so there's quite a lot of repression there. Subsequently, after the war, yes, there is an argument that is made by someone on the right, on the political right, that if the Jews will have a homeland in Palestine, they are not entitled to a second one in Europe. It's actually one of the things, and here I think the international level comes in. At the Paris Peace Conference, from the Zionist perspective, there are two big delegations and two big questions. There are delegates from Eastern Europe who are arguing for national personal autonomy in Eastern Europe, and there is the dominant Zionist delegation that's coming from London that is mainly arguing about that the international community reaffirms the Balfour Declaration and grants the rights to Palestine. And between these two Zionist delegations, there are massive conflicts, with the one from London being absolutely dominant and not caring at all about what the East European comrades are thinking. And one of the big dangers, one of the big fears that East European Jewish delegates have, is that if the international powers affirm the Balfour Declaration and say that there will be a Jewish national homeland, that then the argument will be you're not entitled to any rights in Eastern Europe. And I think this highlights quite well how even, and they are committed Zionists, and they believe in this national homeland, this national future in Palestine. But it shows how on a practical level these are massive problems involved. There are many also in the English delegation, for example, who believe that if Jews will have a right in Palestine, they will not have any rights in Poland, for example. So why would they? And it's a very contentious issue at the time. Arguably, still today, discussed in many contexts, and this anti-Semitic ideas of dual loyalty and so on. To move on to Coalition, Mario Kessler wrote about that quite a lot, and one of the things that he highlights is the reason why Coalition gets recognized by social democracy is because social democracy is such the Second International during the war is such an absolutely miserable situation that they are now willing to accept anybody. To overstate it a bit. But it clearly, the crisis of social democracy clearly makes them more open to others. But, and I think there's a certain misunderstanding there that was purposefully put forward by the activists of Coalition. So the reason why Coalition was never accepted before the war by social democracy was that social democracy claimed had a territorial principle. So in one territory there should also only be one party that It could only be one party in France, only one party in Turkey, only one party in Poland, and so on. And while it didn't really do that very consistently, the problem was the coalition claimed that they were a universal nation, a universal global international movement. But they are not, when they're being recognized as social democracy during the war, they're not being recognized as an international movement, as a world union. They're being recognized as a territorial party for Palestine. They're having in the international group, they have a representation for Palestine. They don't highlight that, so Zionists in their papers and how they represent it, they don't highlight that. They claim that they've been just recognized, but social democracy is actually not deviating from this idea, this principle of territoriality, and thereby making it possible for those like the Austrians, for example, the Austrian social democrats who reject this idea of independent Jewish socialist organization, and those who are more in favor to reconcile.
Yes, in Colombia, the Zionists, Coalition, and the Jewish faction of the Social Democrats formed the National Council of Colombia. So the latter two, so the Coalition and the Jewish Social Democrats, left the council, I think 2 months later, but I didn't find out for what reason, what were the conflicts there. I didn't come across discourses on the international level or on the recognition that socialists recognized them, but rather that what mattered was that Jews were recognized as a nationality by the local Ukrainian authorities. That seemed to be the main point in this case. Yeah.
Thank you for all 3 presenters and for the discussion too. This is the end of today's first panel. Now we'll have a short coffee break, and we'll meet in 15 minutes.
We continue the conference. It is the 5th panel, and the title is Rights in the Middle, the Backbone of the Nation. The first speaker is Sergiu Delcer, received his PhD in political science from Central European University in 2021 with a dissertation exploring the link between modernization and welfare state creation in late industrializing Romania. His research focuses in simultaneity of challenges inherent competing with the developed West, which force political elites in late industrializing countries to theorize in a self-reflexive manner solutions such as welfare institutions that cut across the process of state-making, nation-building, and economic transformation. He has published particularly on the relationship between nation-building and welfare state development, and is currently seeking to expand the research to include a transnational angle. The title of his paper, A Nation of Bureaucrats or a Nation of Workers, Welfare Benefits as Nation-Building Modernization Tools in Interwar Romania. Sergiu, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First, just a quick check. Can everybody hear me and can everybody see the presentation? Okay, Perfect. So thank you for the kind words of introduction. Today I'm going to talk to you about this fascinating question about the link between nationalism and welfare state creation in interwar Romania. Now, because I come from a political science background, you are going to hear a bit more of a theoretically minded paper, so you will have to bear with me through somewhat of an excursion into a little bit of a more technical literature. That is why basically, if the presentation would, okay, perfect. So I'm going to start with the background and the main argument, then I'm going to delve into the state of the art, then I'm going to talk a little bit about how I see the relationship between nationalizing nationalism, this well-known concept by Brubaker, and welfare institutions, and last but not least, I will get into the thick of things and discuss the specificities of the Romanian case, and of course I will end with a range of tentative conclusions. So, where the hell does this whole idea come from? Well, we've known from a lot of comparative historical literature that the nation-state is the spatial locus for the welfare state. We know that there is some sort of institutional symbolic isomorphism between a nation-state and a welfare state. However, for the vast majority of time, the way this has been conceptualized is quite unilateral. Specifically, using the US as a litmus test, basically since the US has no welfare state, a range of scholars in political science have claimed that, okay, we have this diversity damaging hypothesis. Basically, if you have ethnic heterogeneity, you will never have a functional welfare state. Recently, however, this has been really challenged, specifically because it lacks historical embedding and it misses a lot of the intervening variables in a lot of these very complex cases, such as interwar Europe or in basically any case of post-imperial or state dissolution. And in addition, a lot of scholars, especially historical-minded scholars, have shown that, well, yes, there is a correlation between ethnic fragmentation and, let's say, unclear public goods provision, but as we all know, correlation is not causality. So what I try to propose in this paper is basically that, well, actually, welfare benefits build the nation. And more specifically, I'm going to show that this happens through social engineering. Specifically, I show in interwar Romania that nationalizing elites design welfare institutions to incentivize specific social mobility. As I hinted at, this is basically what we know from the literature so far. We have one position, this old school literature, saying that the welfare state is only the purview of an established nation. And here there's a range of arguments. Some people have claimed that, well, if you have ethnic heterogeneity, you cannot congeal the type of working class mobilization that will lead to social policy creation. And these are people like Alison and Blazer and all these kind of, even Peter Linder has said something like this. A different way of arguing for this comes actually from the case of India and from a lot of the South Asian cases where basically people like Singh say, well, we see historically welfare state developments only after the success of nationalistic parties. And basically, the argument then flows, well, how does a nationalistic party win if it claims that there's an established nation to support it? Hence, the argument would run that only the established nation or sub-nation for Prevasi would build a welfare state. And of course, there's also these bits and bobs from the literature on welfare chauvinism from people like Will Kimlicka who have been showing that in multicultural nations, there are huge problems with congealing public services. Recently, however, a range of scholars such as Nicola McEwen or Daniel Vela, more prominently, have shown that, well, it's actually not like that. Political elites sometimes proactively choose to build a welfare state because they know that welfare institutions, having the capacity to redistribute, they unify people in place. They present citizens with something that is palatable, with something that can be associated with the overarching conception of a nation. And of course, we also know from the historical literature that welfare states have this very specific pacification function. They can quell ethnic class conflict and create the sense of unity that nations build. And of course, also we know from multinational federations, in the case of Canada, Scotland, even Belgium, but Canada and Scotland are topical cases here, that welfare states describe the symbolic boundaries of the nation. So what I do is I pick up on this newer strand of the literature, but I'm trying to argue that, okay, this is a good point. The strong causality is that welfare states build a nation, but we need and we can think about it a little bit more broadly. And specifically, I show that, okay, what's going to happen if we move away from developed multinational federations to late development? Well, what we know is that in late development, what nationalism was all about was circumscribing new functional links between state, society, and economy. Well, obviously, this opens the door for more than pacification and for more than mobilizing identity. And also, what is extremely was believed to usher in modernity, in late developing cases such as Romania or such as interwar centuries in Europe at large, nationhood was expected to yield modernity and development, and not vice versa as in developed cases. And I will show further down the line why I think this is very, very important. So, to cut a long story short, if we have this idea that nationalism is a discourse, we have this plurality of functions, how can we conceptualize the link between nationalism and the welfare state? Well, first of all, nationalism is a proactive elite stance. This means that this is in the minds of the elites, and they are circumscribing these projects. Even more specifically, what are these nationalizing elites saying? They are basically saying that, well, nationhood, as this pervasive form of modernity, is incomplete without this quote-unquote missing core. And of course, here I borrow from Bubinger. I will not go into this, it's a super well-known framework. Basically, the idea is that if there is a core nation, distinguishable from the body politic and the body ethnic at large, if there is such a core that is disenfranchised economically and in a worse economic position, then basically you will not have development. And what this prompts it is to do is to do this remedial policy making, which Bubinger calls nationalizing nationalism. Now, what is key here is that you can have multiple iterations because it's a discourse, you have competing narratives, and you have multiple missing cores. Why is this important? Remember just a few seconds ago I said that nationhood was expected to bring modernity. Well, what this means is that for political elites, a long time, and in, let's say, in a longitudinal view, every time that development lagged, the culprit became incomplete nationhood and creating a new missing core. And what this leads us is to this unique layering of institutions that comes to form the umbrella institution of, let's call it, a welfare state. Also, a super key point in the missing core is that it cuts across class and ethnicity. And we actually know a lot from the economic nationalism literature that there are doing these projects that have mostly targeted ethnicity, trying, let's say, these notification type projects, but essentially what nationalizing nationalism is about is finding this unique nexus of class and ethnicity, because this will cut across the entire polity, creating the aforementioned functional links that will lead to development. And of course, where does welfare come in? Well, welfare state is just one among many of these remedial policies that will build the missing core. How do we do it? Well, there's two functions that I show in this paper. One is the missing core that you do have, because usually you have some sort of a thin layer that is identified as a missing core. It's never fully invented. It's usually first identified and then claimed to be missing or underrepresented. So the first function, you give the missing core disposable income and the safety net. You shelter it from the ebb and flow of capitalism so that it can put forward the socio-economic links conducive to development. And secondly, and crucially, I argue for cases such as East Central Europe and Romania in particular, the welfare state is a pull factor. It tries to get these lower classes, or more specifically the rural agricultural backbone, which we know is the dominant demographic of such late developing countries. It tries to pull them into new professions or into a new class, usually urban, usually considered upper middle class, that is defined by political elites to be the missing core that will do development. Now, why is Romania very interesting? Because in the 1920s, you have the formal nation state. After the Treaty of Versailles, Romanian political elites, they got their dream. You have the nation, you have the formal nation state, you have the titular ethnicity all at once. But Houston, we have a problem. You have the formal nation state, you have the titular ethnicity all under one political rule, but development is not there. Basically, the problem became that the nation was incomplete because development was not there. And this opens up the question, well, why is the nation incomplete? We have our entire titular ethnicity, what are we missing? And in the unique post-World War case, basically, the dominant ideology came to be that, oh, we need state building to usher in modernization, because only state building can cut across all these simultaneous challenges that we know, like congealing the new state, reforming the markets, reforming the industry, and crucially, for the elites from the Romanian Old Kingdom who had driven the unification process, they also had the experience of the mid-19th century that nation-state building is at least a useful first step. They knew, and we know a lot from the literature, that state building is not the solution, but in the case where they were faced with multiple challenges and they had to make a choice, they went with a choice that they had some experience with, and this was state building. What does this mean for nation building? Well, if state building is the vector of organization, then the missing core is the bureaucrats, obviously. This is the desired middle class, and more particularly the urban middle class. However, if you want in general. There's a big state, there were lots of losses during the war, so first what we need to do is we need to take care of all the bureaucrats we have. And this is why in the archives you see a lot, especially not just the liberal governments, but also the parliamentary blocks that formed immediately after the war. What they did is that they would say things like, well, we do not have the international obligation to take care of foreign bureaucrats, they don't pay any benefits here, but we need to take care of them because we need state building. This was the first layer in the early 90s, in the early 1920s, sorry. However, what soon came across was that, well, it's not just that there are few in general, but the problem is there's few Romanians. Why is it a problem that there's few Romanians? Because they believed they needed a mass consumption model. This was their idea. If you enfranchise the bureaucratic middle class, if you give them disposable income, because these people tend to be highly educated and urbanized, they would act as proto-capitalist consumers, and they would drive the linkages that allow the nation as an integrative class structure to usher in modernity. So you see that the project slowly develops from a class-based to cutting across class electricity type of idea. How does it look in practice? Well, you can design these welfare benefits to do a couple of things. Firstly, as I mentioned, they can be pull factors. So how can you pull a mostly rural population, tell them, oh, send your kids to school, don't keep them on the field, send them to school. What do we offer you? Well, there's income security. This was a huge thing in a mostly agricultural country. And this took the shape of old age pensions, which promised a constant stream of revenue, even in this new life risk, which was retirement. Because for an agricultural life risk, we do not know what retirement was. They did not have this risk, they would just work through the entire life course. Secondly, and you see the links how this develops basically like a kind of an onion conception, in addition to income security, you also must insure against the risks of a new life course. Because if you work in towns, well, there's health risks, there's accident risks, there's invalidity, and of course there are the risks associated with old age. So if you give these kinds of welfare state benefits, then you start creating this pull mechanism which incentivizes the rural population to send their offspring to school to become bureaucrats, basically. You can also do something else. Once these people are in the position that you want them to be, you can start growing the nation, more specifically, growing that core that you believe to be too demographically thin. How do you do that? Well, you incentivize family creation. You give family benefits. And for instance, I found a lot of these sources saying that, well, actually, individual capitalization, like if each person's welfare contribution is kept in a separate account, then that person has it well. The problem is, we do not want people to be alone to be well. We want people to make many middle-class Romanian children. And this is why they went for collective capitalization and for family benefits, to create the growing of the nation. And of course, as I can mention, the key idea was to get people into towns, to get people out of the village and into towns, because that is where the social-economic links conducive to modernity were believed to have happened. And of course, here comes the beautiful part. You can use this as a carrot and a stick. So you have the carrot of pull factors in growing the nation, but you also have the stick of crowding out aliens, because remember, by the mid-20s, the crucial question was to have as many Romanian bureaucrats as possible to have this type of mass consumer model through the newly created middle class. So what you do is you simply deny benefits on very, very petty reasons. And Gabo Negri has written a lot on this whole issue of swearing allegiance. And there's a lot of scholars that show basically how many institutional positions, how many jobs, how many benefits in interwar Romania were actually tied to a somewhat symbolic swearing of allegiance by minority bureaucrats. And of course, in addition to welfare, we also have the well-known story of an education system that needs to be tailored to create the vector for these people. But enough about theory, how did this look in practice? Well, the centerpiece for the 1920s was the 1925 Old Age Pension Act. And here I have a few quotes that basically show exactly what was in the mind of these people. They wanted to make state employment a career in an organic sense. They wanted this to attract people because it symbolizes a new way of life. They didn't want just to attract them for better money than in the village. They wanted to attract them because this is quote-unquote modernity. This is national modernity. Become a middle-class Romanian. This is how you get integrated into the political and economic nation. And how do you justify such an old age pension? Well, you say that, well, every penny we put into the welfare of bureaucrats, it's not a welfare cost. It's not a cost on production. It's not a cost on the state. It's an investment for the future nation. Why is it an investment? Because these bureaucrats are essential cogs for pushing the national idea. And again, they doubled down on this, and again, I can refer you to Gaboregli's research that if you look at the entry exams for the bureaucracy, and in general at high school and university exams, you will see that there were very, very different conditions and very, very different styles of exams. And what they wanted, especially from Romanian candidates, is to show that they were middle class, that they were bourgeois in this broad cultural sense. And again, giving them further carrots, they wanted to show these people that there is a certainty, not just a certainty of their job, but also financial stability for dependents and for offspring. Again, this very idea, this classical idea of using an institution and using the type of welfare payoff as a pull factor for nation building. The interesting thing is they succeed. So, based on the mostly Transylvanian data that we have, whereas in the early 20s we would have below 30% Romanian bureaucrats, by the late 20s, early 30s, and then of course the end of the 30s, we have many of these Romanian bureaucrats. Now, why is this important? Because here we come to the contrast. We come to the 1930s. So the Depression hits, and they have the middle class. They've created the mass consumer, the bureaucratic mass consumers, but there's a problem. Development is still lagging, which prompts naturally these nationalizing elites to think again, well, why is it lagging? We've created our national middle class. Well, actually, maybe it's the wrong middle class. And this resurfaces the idea of an incomplete nationhood, because the Great Depression essentially said, well, you have a bureaucratic middle class, but they're not economically dynamic enough. Capitalism has changed, so you still have a missing economic core. And against this background, two things are important. Firstly, it shows the original point that incomplete nations can build a welfare state, because in their mind they should have created the nation. They didn't. It shows that they didn't. And the second thing is that we have these multiple iterations of middle class, which solidifies the point that nationalism essentially is a proactive elite stance. So what they wanted now in the 1930s is this productive middle class, these tradesmen and these workers. These become the functional links. These people have the actual economic and social behavior that we want. But if you look on the ground, what's the problem? The same as in the 1920s. Firstly, there's few in general. In the early 1930s, okay, we go with protectionism, we go with corporatism, we go with the classic solutions, but then by the mid-1930s, again they realized there's no mass consumption model, because the few workers that were there were mostly minorities. So what pops up in their head is, let's build a Romanian productive core. How do we do it? Well, by now we have experience. We know that welfare benefits can do this. However, by now we also know that there's a few problems. The major advantage that we have knowing that this works is that we can go straight to the social mobility that we want. And what they did is they went to the rural industries, because they knew that village-based industries would attract mostly Romanians, because by this stage the population structure had not changed. Romanians were still the dominant rural majority. So this was the benefit of experience. Now they could tailor super specifically what they wanted. The problem now is that by this stage, since they've already tried one project and it didn't work, they didn't have as much money as they put into the 1930s. So what they can do now is they can systematize the maze of legislation. It's only in 1930 that we have the first unified insurance system for blue-collar workers. During the 1930s, there were 5 of them, and 2 went bankrupt, actually, at one point. So again, learning from experience, what we can do, we can put some money to avoid the bankruptcy of these multiple systems. And of course, there is crowding out aliens, but by this stage, given international treaties, this was not as powerful as it was in the 1920s. And basically how it looked like, well, you have this 1933 major piece of legislation that unifies the maze and codifies the maze of benefits that we have in the 1920s. And here again some quotes that show what's the ideational backbone of this. Well, by 1933, despite having your bureaucratic middle class, they thought in the historical development of our nation, we still don't have the proper bourgeoisie, and especially we don't have the Romanian bourgeoisie, which absorbs this excess of rural Romanians. So if we want to create the urban middle class that is the centerpiece of Western developed nations, then we have to nationalize our economic life by creating Romanian craftsmen. What do we expect from them? Well, we expect, okay, we give them the payoff, but they come out of the village, they work in big industry, they go from artisanship to the big factories, and what they do is they adopt a new life, a modern Romanian national life. This is basically how this rhetoric works, and I think the takeaway from this kind of analysis is that, well, in a strictly political sense, we know that ethnic heterogeneity doesn't hamper social policy creation. In very specific circumstances, the discourse on incomplete nationhood can in fact galvanize political elites because they recognize that social policy is a potent tool for creating a new type of social climate, a new type of social allegiance. Of course, this means, put simply, that the welfare state builds the nation rather than emanating from it. And I think this also reverberates a little bit on nationalism studies itself, which has been super reluctant to tackle economic phenomena and super reluctant in particular to tackle the welfare state. What I think this kind of analysis tells us for nationalism studies in general is that the key thing that we need to look at is politicized ethnicity, is political elites' narratives and ideational constructions on what is modern about ethnicity and how ethnicity makes the transition to this modern national container. And of course, it re-emphasizes what we kind of knew from Woemaker, that if you want to look at nationalism, well, you have to look at competing discourses, and you have to look at multiple institutional projects. And even within each such project, over time, what you have is you have a layering of very different, even sometimes contrasting logics of nationalizing nationalism. Thank you.
Thank you for your papers. The next speaker is Anikó Izsák. She studied history at the Budapest University and the Eötvös Loránd University between 2008 and 2016. In these two institutions, she obtained 2 MA degrees, Cultural Heritage Studies and Economic and Social History. Since 2016, he has been a PhD student at Eötvös Loránd University, Economic and Social History doctoral program. She's writing her dissertation on intellectual elites in Transylvania between the two world wars. She is interested in the social history of intellectuals, history of minorities, ethnicity and nationalism in the interwar period in East Central Europe, especially in Hungary and Romania. Anikó, floor is yours.
Hi everybody. Thank you, Carol, for the introduction. In this presentation, I will focus on the questions indicated by the documents of the Romanian National Councils in Satu County about loyalty to authorities or the usage and actions of nationalist discourses in an exceptional state. But first, I would like to present the location. In the early 20th century, Satu Mare County was located close to the northwestern border of the Hungarian Kingdom. And after the First World War, the territory of it partly became a northwestern county of Great Romania, directly near the new border. The country borders are just lines, but as you can see on this map made by the Outlaw team based on the 1910 census, ethnic borderlands are much more interesting because they are wider and they have a specific culture. There's the blue line is the new country border. Sorry for it is a really ugly map made by myself. And the border change between the two countries did not modify the multi-ethnic character of this region. According to the census of 1910, the cities were inhabited mostly by Hungarians, but the villages in the eastern side of the county around Baia Mare and its twin city, Baia Sprie, there and there, had a Romanian majority, marked with blue. The yellow are the Germans. But the censuses from 1910 to 1913 show significant alterations in the ethnic compositions of the population on the county level, and the same change appears in the statistics about the inhabitants of the eastern cities, Baia Mare and Baia Sprie, without significant growth in the number of the population. This could be explained by multiple factors, including migration, changes in the statistical categories, possible errors, deliberate distortions, but the most interesting phenomenon that could be examined in this region is the swaying of people with uncertain or multiple national identity. While the scientific literature on the autumn of 1918 in Satu Mare County emphasizes the peaceful transition as a regional peculiarity, it is justified to presume that ethnic ambiguity was a significant factor. Just a remark, the region was multi-denominational too. The orange are the Greek Catholics, which is the majority of the population as a confession. But in this regard, the change wasn't significant. Here's a short chronology, more for me, because I've read this a million times and still can't remember. Then, what is important, there was a central body founded in Budapest with the participation of two parties of the Romanians and with the aim of liberation and unification of all of the Romanian people. And at the Great National Assembly, which took place on the 1st December in Alba Iulia, the Union of Transylvania with Romania was declared. And now I I focus now on Baia Mare because Tamás Sárándi already done research on the transition in Satu Mare city. So in the autumn of 1918, the local Hungarian newspapers emphasized the need to preserve the peace. However, Hungarian politicians and intellectuals thought that the Romanian territorial claims are unrealistic and they aren't based on the Wilsonian principles. The Hungarian National Council in Baia Mare stated that a brotherly relationship with the Romanian National Council must be maintained, their rightful demands have to be respected and fulfilled, and it was a recurring motif in the Hungarian newspapers that there's hope for a peaceful transition and the common Hungarian and Romanian governance because the Romanian National Council is a democratic establishment. However, the two national councils formally had the same position and power. In the autumn of 1918, practically the Hungarian National Council had a more narrow connection to the government in Budapest. In this period, the administration of Baia Mare was marked by typical bureaucratic problems. For example, on the assembly of the Hungarian National Council, one of the members presented the petition of the local Romanian National Council. They wanted to assign a delegate in the city administration as a civil commissary. The answer of the Hungarian National Council was that, oh, there is no position like civil commissary in Hungarian administrative law, and the Romanian National Council must appeal to the people's government in Budapest to resolve this complicated question. Personal conflicts were, for example, often caused by the fact that the Hungarian National Council mostly was formed of the members of the Hungarian pre-war elite. But there were some social democratic members too who wanted a radical change, and there was an inner tension. But these conflicts didn't escalate because it was a short-lived organization, and in 1919, the pre-war administrative elite was dismissed. Another interesting personal case is of Alexandru Breban. He was a Greek Catholic priest, and before the war, already one of the leaders of the Romanian national movement in the region. He was delegate in the Great National Assembly of Alba Iulia, but he was familiar with the Hungarian pre-war elite too. He was the vice president of the local Romanian National Council, but also a member of the Hungarian National Council. And when he was questioned because this dual membership, he resigned of his position in the Hungarian National Council. After the military invasion of the region, in January 1919, the Romanian National Council obtained greater authority, exemption for the curfew, or exemption for the early closing hours, or permission for travel or for food export were in some cases in the scope of authority of the National Council, the Romanian National Council, or in other cases bound to the recommendation of it. In this region, the Romanian National Councils were organized on 3 administrative levels. On the town, the district, and the county level, which wasn't a common practice. The sources about the national councils weren't archived systematically. The documents of the local Romanian councils were collected much more later, mostly after the Second World War on the occasion of commemorations. But probably most of them perished or still lurking in personal collections somewhere because of the change in the administrative division of the region. Today, Baia Mare is the municipality of Maramureș County. There's a collection of documents of Romanian National Councils in the Maramureș County archives and one collection in the Satu Mare County archives. Here you can see the places where the documents preserved in the Maramureș County archive were issued. However, because of the limitation of research in the archives, I couldn't go through all the dossiers, and in the inventory wasn't always indicated the place where the documents were issued. But as you can see, the most of the towns around Szény, Színérváralja, and Baia Mare, Nagybánya, which were the district centers, appear at least one time in the documents representing a local national council, Romanian local national council. The most of these documents are short reports on the formation of the local Romanian national councils or local national guards. There are some general issues in them. The local national councils are accepting the Central Romanian National Council as authority, so there's a formality. One recurring theme that Greek Catholics want to have an autonomous episcopate independent from the Bishop of Hajdújorog, and another general issue is the language usage. For example, in one case of a letter from the local Romanian National Council to the county public officials, Originally was written in Romanian, but only the attached Hungarian translation remained. So this tells us that in 1919, in some cases, translation was still needed when in correspondence with the public officials. In some specific cases, when there are conflicts, in some cases fatal conflicts, the concrete context is almost impossible to investigate, and the resolution of these conflicts or the answers on the complaints remain unknown. But it is clear that the conflict between the rural population and the authorities in the same time are ethnic conflicts. For example, in the case of Kányaháza, Kalinist, which is, somewhere here. Here the notary was killed by some residents. The district gendarmerie reacted on this very aggressively, executing some allegedly innocent villagers. At least they were innocent according to the local Romanian National Council. In this case, the local Romanian National Council expected resolution from the county gendarmerie. But in the other interesting case in Farkasasú, here, some villagers were arrested by Hungarian National Guardists, so not the gendarmerie, which was okay. So they were arrested by Hungarian National Guardists and brought to Baia Mare. In this case, the Romanian National Council of Farkasra wrote a complaint letter to the District Romanian National Council demanding justice, accentuating that they can't guarantee the security of the Jewish inhabitants of the village. Based on all of these cases and the documents of the local national councils, I don't have yet conclusions. I have just questions that need to be researched more deeply if the sources do it possible. One of my favorite theme is the personal connections and pre-war relations of the elite, of the members of the elite after the war, like in the case of Alexandru Breban. Yeah, the other is the problem of and the levels of the authority and conflicts of the rural population and between the authority and the something about the military forces. Sorry. Okay. So this is all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Aniko. And the last speaker of this panel is Gábor Egri. He's a historian, doctor of the Hungarian Academy of Science, and Director General of the Institute of Political History. His research interests are nationalism, everyday ethnicity, the politics of identity, and the politics of memory in modern East Central Europe. His last monograph, Ethnicity, Identity Politics, Hungarian Minorities Between Nationalism and Regionalism in Romania and Czechoslovakia, 1980, from 1980 to 1944. Since 2018, he is a principal investigator of the ERC Consolidator project Nepostrans. The title of his paper, Self-Fashionable Lives, Strategies of National Adaptation in a Romanized Education System. Gábor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First I to find solutions. Well, okay. Oh, so it seems share screen. It seems I'm not necessarily able to. Okay, hopefully I will have this opening screen with my presentation here. So, in this paper presentation, with not necessarily very concrete conclusions, I will try to show something about what I have found and what the documents say about the fate of a group, a professional group that is supposed to be quite significant for nation building, especially within a nation state, but not necessarily just within a nation state, teachers. Originally, I thought I will speak of minority Hungarian, probably German and Romanian teachers in this context, but due to time constraints and due to my tendency to speak too much, I will limit myself on some Romanian cases. But first, obviously, I need to give a brief overview of this whole story, especially because it is hardly surprising to learn that education in interval Romania, more specifically in interval Transylvania, from where I will take the cases for this presentation, was also in transition after 1918. Basically, the whole system was seen, and it's also quite typical, as one of the most important fronts of nationalizing the people including the minorities. So post-1918, during this transition and also the transformation or changing of the system, three important goals were set. Romanianization, first in terms of taking into Romanian state administration all the state schools and changing the system accordingly, especially in terms of what was taught and in which language. Statification, because there was a very complex system of school ownership in Hungary, and also nationalization in the sense of taking into state hands even those schools that were managed before 1918 by Romanian national institutions like the two churches, the Orthodox and the Greek Catholic Church. So what it first and most importantly brought for the state was a simplification of the system. Before 1918, as I mentioned, there was a very complex system of state ownership, school ownership and school support. So for example, when in 1921, Hungarian inhabitants of the city of Lugos petitioned the government for establishing a Hungarian section in the local German language civic school for Hungarians. One of the issues that had to be decided was how to manage this potentially established new section when the school was actually run by the city, but everyone expected it to be nationalized, or as they used the term in the documents, statification, so to say. And tellingly, the solution was that the state did not want to establish state-financed Hungarian section. They allowed the city to give the funds for a city-financed Hungarian section, but they also expected that when this kind of nationalization of the school will be realized, they will immediately abandon this Hungarian state section for national reasons. Or one can see the Oravica Lyceum that was established in 1913 after there was a popular movement of establishing a secondary school in this large administrative center village, but industrial center, and it was after 1918 taken over. But that is very interesting that in all cases there was a very concrete forum of intervention for local politics, local elites and local authorities, namely some kind of boards set up for these institutions that were, and this role was taken over after the unification and simplification by school boards established according to the Romanian law. The first step in 1919 was a decree of the Consiliul Dirigent, the governing council, ruling council, which kept the Hungarian legislation on education and also on the language of education, but simply reversed the role and replaced Hungarian with Romanian in the system. And from 1924 came a series of unification laws at every level of the education, which meant also the stabilization of the system, the above-mentioned nationalization of most of its elements, and practically the intention was to push minority non-Romanian language education, non-state education, that was mainly also minority education, to the sidelines of the education system. The state took some kind of obligations to establish minority language schools, but the most important factor for non-Romanian language education remained denominational schools all over the country. And also these laws meant a unification of the employment conditions within the state. But the most important for the state first was not any legal issues, rather the lack of human resources, and also those who were within the system faced underfinancing, all kind of material issues in their personal lives. There were a significant number of Romanian teachers employed by the Hungarian state or employed by Romanian churches before 1918, but this number was obviously not sufficient to fill all positions within the newly Romanianized system. And it is also important that as the most important positions were within the new administrative system and the school system were actually filled by those who in this first months of transition gathered around the new civic association, the Union of Professors, that became a source of cadres, mostly for the administration. Because that was a regular complaint by the state that most of those who were teaching before 1918 or who continued to teach in the transition period, in the first years of the transition period, actually opted for administrative positions within the ministerial apparatus or the school inspectorate system because it was more comfortable, better paid, and probably brought less stress in their lives. So the inherited stuff was mostly non-Romanian. They obviously tried to bring in Romanians from the Old Kingdom and other provinces, and they also had to do something with the non-Romanians. In the first years, it's quite clear that the administration tried to give preference for experienced teaching staff, even in cases when they were minority, although very often they did not want or couldn't offer positions in minority language schools. Also, it is also telling that experience was sometimes just a few years spent during the war as an auxiliary teaching staff somewhere in a rural school, and it was still considered to be very much over the qualification of those quickly trained trainers who were called kursisti because they were trained on these few months courses in Cluj and in the larger cities. So they had well experience, but with the reduction of the number of secondary schools for minorities, actually, especially the number of non-Romanian secondary school professors was reduced during the first few years. When a decade later, and after, or in a supposedly more stable period, people try to evaluate the situation and the qualifications of the teaching staff in the province, they still found palpable differences between Transylvanian trained, Old Kingdom trained, and minority staff. And they also faced a very important question when it came to the national mission of the education system, whom to exactly Romanianize, because these differences between Transylvanians and Old Kingdom staff also betrayed something about the differences between the societies, Romanian society of the new provinces and the Old Kingdom, and it became an issue for especially those coming from the Old Kingdom, and that they did not find in the new provinces the Romanian life they expected to find there. Nevertheless, teachers, just as Sergio mentioned, were expected to become members of this middle class, and also had a dual role of nationalizing and also civilizing, modernizing the rural world, but also the smaller cities, in this sense setting expectations for them. What happened, so after this broad and more structural overview, what happened with individuals? Just very briefly and quickly about Hungarians. Obviously, especially with the dwindling of the number of minority schools that were run by minority institutions like the churches, they face certain choices, and This quickly narrowing opportunities on the one hand generated some kind of competition, but on the other hand, and that was the most important for secondary school level teachers or higher level teachers, emigration or opting out of the education system. Nevertheless, there was a kind of trickling back, but we don't have real research on it. We can see individual cases, people returning from in 1921. So there was tough competition against among Hungarians, who also tried to hedge their options, keeping open the possibility of moving to Hungary, but also remaining somehow in a secondary school in Romania. And also they try to use the opportunities arising from the family. So it's typical, for example, in case of Hungarians, to see some requests for transfer in which they argue that some of their kin has already had a position in the respective area, and therefore they could support each other. That also tells something about the material problems they face. And it seems that especially after 1925 came to a kind of flight from the service at the lower levels, so this means that in primary schools and in the rural areas, and up to that point actually the state rather wanted to keep within the system the minority officials, even if they couldn't really manage speaking Romanian or teaching in Romanian. We see some kind of cases of solidarity as well, personal or probably arising from socialization in the Satu Mare area, where this amphibious population was relatively large, or in exchange for recognition of the new social status of this emerging Romanian administrative bureaucracy, like in the case of the Oradea General School Inspector Alexandru Peancu. Ethnicity became unavoidably an issue, but its significance for the individual cases depended on the state policy too. So there were means of somehow avoiding the consequences of nationalizing policies for minority teachers as well, even in the secondary schools. And the local context, just we have seen with this Lugos case, mattered. The city actually decided to support the Hungarian section, which was later eliminated after the nationalization of the school. But nevertheless, in this case, the city went against the opinion of the local Romanian intellectuals and the school bureaucracy as well. It's more interesting to see what Romanians did in the system, and especially some of the Romanians who had earlier a career, relatively prosperous career in the Hungarian education system. I listed here three very interesting cases because they somehow could exemplify similar strategies but still with different outcomes because of different personal attitudes. The first one is Daniel Leitin, or Leitin Daniel, from the southern Banat, who graduated from the Pedagogical Academy in Budapest, which trained him to become a teacher in civic schools, so these secondary schools which were not giving Matura exam for their pupils. And he was, after successful graduation, first he was actually really active in some kind of literary life. He published translations of Romanian writers like Mihály Sadovan in Hungarian literary journals, and he was actually transferred to Čakovec, Čaktorňa in Zala County, but practically in Croatia, so to say, where he first he became a kind of Hungarian national activist, the head of the literary circle of the secondary school, which performed at Hungarian national events and which propagated Hungarian literature and culture in the city. Second, he married there another colleague, teacher, and he actually stayed there until 1919 when he was transferred to Orsova, by a decree of the Hungarian Minister for Education. A similar story is of Enake Csepeneag, who actually acted under the name of Jenő Eugen before 1918. He became a teacher in Modor, in northeastern Hungary, in a Slovak-German-Hungarian environment. He actively avoided being transferred back to Transylvania before the First World War, and in 1917 he married there a local German, probably German lady. And in December 1918, he was also transferred by the Hungarian Minister for Education to Orsova, where he immediately became the director of 2 local secondary schools. And he was definitely not the national activist Lajtin was. Unlike the next example, Terencie Olariu, who was who showed not just some kind of intention to engage with culture and literature, but who became actually relatively frequently publishing figure in academic terms as well. And he was, just like Lajtin, active in Kisvárda, in a practically completely Hungarian environment, head of the local literary circle of the school, and so on. So he had this kind of, so to say, prehistory before going back to Romania or opting for Romania. And what is interesting in this case is that these figures, although usually glossed over their past, were never really attacked as being pro-Hungarian, even though probably some of their activities was really, really well known. On the other hand, they usually refrained from referencing in these petitions some kind of Romanian national credentials. Olariu is probably the most interesting here. What he complained about when he wanted to get transferred to a central location somewhere in Romania was and he was actually in Oradea, so that's quite interesting at that time, about the inferiority of the cultural scene in the area. And he just wanted to have the chance to continue his career as a cultured man, so to say. What we see, however, in other cases is that not although these stories of Hungarian oppression occasionally appear in petitions and requests of transfer, it's more important somehow the preservation or gaining of social status and position with these, with opting for Romanian education and later getting transferred, and recognition and acceptance. So these were the factors that mostly actually determined the behavior of these individuals when they encountered other colleagues from the education system, and most importantly, in the case of Romanians, Hungarian colleagues. Nevertheless, the social position and the recognition and acceptance actually was not just a matter of national hierarchies, but very much depended on local factors and local politics. Again, the Lugos Hungarian section is an interesting case, but there was also a secondary school teacher in Oradea, Aura Popa, who was denounced at the authorities by Hungarian parents for discriminating against Hungarian pupils, but during the investigation it surfaced that he was actually politically not well aligned with the actual governing party and with local politics, and therefore he also at one point requested transfer to another city. And also it is important that, especially for the newcomers from the Old Kingdom, that whether they were familiar with social norms and how much they could actually accept the fact that the expectations about Romanianity, so to say, in these areas were not fulfilled. And interestingly, probably that the strongest phrasing of some kind of nationalist claims one can find in these cases. So the most interesting is, I think, is Ion Vodreanu, who was a teacher in Szigetu Marmației, Máramaros-sziget, at the Teacher Training Institute, and in 1929 he requested transfer practically to anywhere, just getting away from Máramaros, and because, as he wrote in the petition, he was abused there as Romanian, abused there as an Orthodox, and politically made impossible by the local and county administration, which was actually composed of Romanians, but this is a typical Máramaros case. And that was the same for George Vornicu, who was actually also active in Szigetu Marmației, Máramaros at the time. And finally, they were both transferred from the county, but nevertheless, they phrased this kind of national grievances, not against the minorities or authorities, so to say, but fellow Romanians who were not Romanian enough. So, if we think of self-fashioning strategies, because obviously in the case of Romanians, even though there is some real difference between Romanian national sentiment in terms of provincial belonging, that is clearly a situation where self-fashioning could be an important strategy for achieving the personal goals. The framing of the system as Romanian was self-evident for everyone. They either glossed over the past, which was not necessarily national enough, or tried to invoke some elements that were easy to sell as the proof of national persecution before 1918. Ethnicity was not exclusive or dominant, and the most important was material issues and some kind of broadly understood social position and prestige that they wanted to achieve, but they could not necessarily achieve at the locations they were serving. And there is a very visible divide between Old Kingdom and Transylvania. And one question which I couldn't answer here at this moment is how to generalize from individual cases, because these are nice stories, but the selection being not representative statistically, it is a methodological challenge to do somehow. So, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Gábor. And the floor is open for questions or remarks. Yes, please.
My congratulations all to three panelists. Then I have two questions to Sergiu Dalcea. The first is, what about the idol of French national state? In Hungary it is common that the Romanian state, the great Romania, followed the French national state as idol, as example of it. And the second, what about the German king? Did he any influence on modernization process in the post-war period of Romania?
Shall I answer now, or do you want to collect some questions? I guess I'll start answering them. Well, thank you. Both are very, very interesting questions. And let me start with the first, with the dream of a French state. Yes, this is an institutional tradition that they inherited from the 19th century, and they always sought a type of centralist type of government. They always wanted a super rigid centralization process driven by Bucharest. This is one part of the equation. However, just like I mentioned with the shock that, okay, we've got our ethnicity, but we don't have our nation, they were also shocked to find out that Romanians from Transylvania, they were super used to a kind of Austrian deregulated kind of system. So in the minds of these Romanian elites, and this is a separate subject that I'm trying to work actually right now, they started thinking less in terms of one grand design and more in terms of, okay, what's the best welfare? Is it German? Is it Austrian? Is it the ILO, which is a big factor influencing them how to organize these up-and-coming institutions? So definitely there is still the strand of learning from French templates. And you find it, I think, for instance, I have one booklet on accident insurance that I found in the Romanian National Archive, which ran basically like a skeleton of the French law, but then each amendment, there was Italy, there was input from the ILO, there was input from the Germany, from the German social insurances. So again, they have the backbone of French centralism, they have the abstract idea of French centralism, but then they start doing this institutional bricolage to suit their needs. When it comes to the king, an equally fascinating thing. The first thing is that we have a Romanian German king already. Ferdinand, he's been raised in Romania, he's been socialized in Romania, and actually he was always a big figure in the war, before the war, of a pro-Entente position. So it's actually a very interesting kind of thing that we have a super strong dominant intellectual strand of learning from Germany, but this is less from the king, and actually this is from a range of political elites. Like, for instance, already we have like Magyar and these kind of people, they have their PhDs with people from the Verein für Sozialpolitik at the end of the 20th century. So there definitely is a strand of German influence there, and especially in welfare. You cannot discuss the welfare state without Bismarckian influence. Hungary being the first regulated, then Romania was not second, but quite close with the NHS pre-war law. So I would say whether the king nurtured these kind of bigger intellectual trends, probably. Was he a driver of pro-German emulation? I would say probably not. This is how I would see the balance. But thanks for the questions.
Okay, next one, Ivan, please.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So I actually have a more of a specific and a general question. The specific question for Aniko. You said that in your case there was a change of the nationalities or the languages spoken, but that the religion didn't change so much. So I was wondering if you could tell us something more about this, I suppose, interesting case. And the other was a more general question for Gabor. I mean, you at the end basically concluded, if I understood correctly, that let's say the biggest problem right now facing is, I mean, how representative are these cases? So I was wondering, I mean, you think that you would need additional cases to have, let's say, more precise historiographical claims, or you still have in mind some ideas in the sense of that there are still a limited amount of options after the transition periods that we can somehow follow, or pathways that we can follow? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Ivan. I just wanted to say with that remark on the confessions that probably we can exclude the possibility of a significant population change. Only the data of the native language or the ethnicity changed, and but the problem is that we don't know the exact reasons. We know cases about deliberate modification of the data, or we know cases about the miscarriage of data by the public officials, or it's a question that is it a significant rate of the population who has who is swaying national identity.
Oh, thank you, Ivan. I think that specifically the problem is not necessarily to find a large enough number of cases that we can somehow claim to be representative, even though we somehow have to find or build some kind of typology, but cases that somehow cross or go across those localities or regions we are working on. And in this case, I was, to a certain extent, lucky to have something from the southern Banat areas, but I found it in a central archive where it is, and not a local one, so it is very much a matter of luck to tumble upon these issues. And this is also problematic, that even though you can use these broad categories of secondary level education and bundle together everyone from teacher training to prestigious lyceum, that's not exactly the same seen through the eyes of the contemporaries or the states. There are slightly different social prestige is attached, it's a slightly different social position, and if we want to somehow discern these nuances of how ethnicity intersects with other social phenomena, that could be significant. So I wouldn't say that I have a solution. At one point, obviously, we will have to work with the material we have, because I'm skeptical of finding more in this terms of achieving representativity, but it's still important and also challenging to work with that material and to think of the possibilities, how we can draw that kind of conclusions. I hope we will be able to do at one point.
Another, yes?
Yeah, I also have a question for Delta Sergio. I was thinking, to what extent were the state actors thinking in organicist terms when they were trying to apply this program of, let's say, boosting a Romanianized middle class? In other words, did they find people which they organically saw as members of minorities, for example, ethnic Hungarians, ethnic Jews, ethnic Ukrainians, maybe in Bukovina, as redeemable as long as they would pass through the educational system, which is like Romanian nationalist, or were they engaging in some kind of active and conscious discrimination when it comes to who is going to take part in this social mobility, who is going to get the welfare package, who isn't, and so forth?
Perfect. Thank you. That's a super interesting question. And I think the most honest answer, based on the sources that I have consulted, is that it's a bit of both. So basically, what they did is, because bureaucrats in general mattered, and because they were super tied by international minorities treaties, and they considered them mandatory. Like, for instance, I found one guy saying, well, if we don't abide by the minority treaties, people won't go to war against us, but they will strangle us economically. So they never, at least on paper, they never engaged in outward discrimination. This is the first layer of the answer. The second layer is that they had, what they implemented was very different types of tests. Like, for instance, if you were a Romanian kid from a village, if you do basic math, if you are basic literary competence, then you can be a low-level bureaucrat. But if you are a Hungarian townsman and you want to be a functionary in the middle or higher level type of administration, then you would be asked something that is a bit of an essay question on the national history. And again, Gabor has written extensively on this. So they did not deny it, but they wanted to sift them out as much as possible. So they said, okay, you can be Hungarian, not a problem, but you have to pass through certain hurdles so that we can trust that you have the adequate social-economic behavior. This is why the mass consumer model was super important to them. They were super afraid that if we let the Hungarian just go through the system, he will not buy Romanian products. And this will not breed the linkages. But if we can assure that, okay, he's formally loyal and that he's sworn allegiance to the state, if he knows the Romanian national version of history and abides by the story that this is a national and nationalizing state, then of course he or she can continue to fulfill their functions, but at least pass these tests, so at the minimum, you can be a national economic actor if you are. So it was a bit of both. Okay, with the Jewish question, yes, that is always a very, very different story. To be honest, in the interwar, that's probably one of the few remaining stories of more or less outward discrimination. But with the other minorities, there were these different tests. Of course, there are strategies that the minorities use to bypass these tests, even for the Jewish minority, but this was kind of like the layered thinking that Romanian policymakers sought to implement and institutionalize. Thanks, Ed.
Thank you. Chris, I think this is the last question because our time is out.
Then I'll keep it quick. Thanks again to all the presenters for the interesting presentations. I'm sorry to bombard Sergio with another question, but I will do it. And that is, so it's one thing to kind of design this welfare legislation, and then you indicated that at least for the officials, for bureaucrats, that people perhaps that it was somewhat successful in helping to perhaps one of the factors in kind of crafting a Romanian bureaucratic layer. I was wondering though, especially with this kind of general insurance, it's one thing, once again, to kind of offer the welfare protection, but people have to pay into this as well, probably. And so I was wondering, were people willing to pay into this? Because I can see, on one hand, if you're trying to sort of make a nationalized middle class, the intention is there from the state, but a lot of times people don't like paying for social programs, and that can actually have a lot of backlash especially in national terms? Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. That is a very, very interesting question. And again, there are two sides to the answer. One is super general and one is very to the point. I will start with the latter. We know that they bought into a part of the story, indirectly or retroactively, I should better say, because when in the 1930s they want to create a middle class of workers, I have found a lot of interviews and a lot of statements by, let's say, ministers of labor who have gone into the villages and have asked, why are you not sending your children to trade school, to vocational education? And what they are saying, and this is really documented in the archives, they have been given statements from villagers like, why would I send him to toil to an owner when the state is so much secure, so much more secure? He gets a nice pension, he gets his nice benefits, he gets his fixed salary. So to a degree, we know from this kind of indirect, when they get to the second stage, we find out that they really bought into the first stage. Whether it's because they bought it just because it was a payoff, or they bought it for the big modernizing dream, that is another question. And I will admit there are limitations to what we can know there. And this gets me to the second layer of my question, which I think will answer, which I think is also embedded in your question. How do we know when this rhetoric worked? And I think in general, and Gabo also hinted at the idea that there are limits to the data that we know, I think all we can find is snippets and this kind of retrospective thinking that they know. To be honest, in the paper itself, I just wanted to show that at the design level, they thought like this, because the political science literature says they shouldn't think like this. I am a bit interested in pushing this forward to see if it actually worked, because when I'm looking, now I'm researching like employer voices, and basically the General Assembly of Industrialists from Maine. And these people were constantly showing that the welfare bureaucracy, they didn't care much for the state. They had their regional administration, their regional tradition of doing things. So definitely I take to heart the comment that there are limits to how far this went, but I think it remains for future research, to find a more adequate boundary on when it worked, and even interesting why sometimes it worked and it didn't work. Because I think that this is the balanced answer, that parts of it worked, parts of it didn't, and we need to go further to understand when, why, and how. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for the three interesting papers, and I think it's time to lunch break. And after it, according to the program, we continue the conference at 2 p.m. Good appetit.
everyone on Zoom. There's Segolin responded, so I guess. Very good. And we're all good with the YouTube stream? Wonderful. Hi, everyone. My name is Cody Inglis. I'm here to chair our final panel of our two-day conference. We'll jump right into it, okay? The first presenter is Vita Zalar. She's an assistant at the Institute of Cultural History at the Research Center of the Slovenian Academy of Sciences and Arts, Zrce Sazul, and a doctoral candidate in history at the Postgraduate School, Zrce Sazul. Source and language-wise, she is most at home in Habsburg and post-Habsburg, Central and Eastern Europe. In her dissertation, she is developing a conceptual history of gypsiness in the Habsburg and post-Habsburg context in the period 1860 to 1940, under the supervision of Ari Jaskovic at Vanderbilt University and Otto Luthar at Zrce Sazul. She participates in the research projects Dislocations and Resistances, Persecutions and Genocidal Violences of Roma, Sinti, and Travelers in Western Europe, 1939 to 1946, led by Dr. Ilse Nabut, and Schools in Imperial, National, and Transnational Identifications, Habsburg Empire, Yugoslavia, and Slovenia, led by Professor Rok Stergar in Ljubljana. Vita, please. Let's just make sure this works first before I... Yeah? There you go.
Hi everyone. I'm presenting today a line of thought that I have been developing in the scope of my ongoing dissertation project on conceptual history of gypsiness. In this project I focus on the period between 1860 and 1940, and I observe especially the tensions between the discourses of state and science in their divergent conceptualizations of gypsiness, as well as a major shift in the conceptualizations of gypsiness after the 1919 minority treaties. And what I have found so far, to generalize a bit, that a conceptual history of gypsiness reveals non-coeval, non-linear, and multiscalar processes of its ethnicization and de-ethnicization. I will show that the interwar states in the region had to reconcile with these layers of the seemingly same concept when consolidating sovereignty over territories with different imperial histories. The governments in the post-Habsburg region ethnicized the concept of gypsiness with differing temporalities due to their divergent administration and also taxation histories. As the case of the Kingdom of Yugoslavia reveals, the process of ethnicization was by no means linear. An ethnicized administrative notion of gypsiness could, and indeed was, easily de-ethnicized under new socioeconomic circumstances, and vice versa. This general observation has led me to correct my optics as a historian. So from a generally historicist approach that is from a developmental or processual historical sensibility, whereby I assumed that the conceptual trajectories of gypsiness were necessarily pointing to one direction, this direction of gradual ethnicization of the concept, I had to readjust my interpretation to accommodate what I observed in my sources, and that was a non-linear history, whereby conceptual change happened in multiple directions. Now, the Yugoslav case, as you all know, is a combination of legislative and administrative traditions. Gypsiness was governed, described, measured, conceptualized differently in different parts of Yugoslavia. We have the Habsburg tradition, the Hungarian, past, the Hungarian past, the Serbian past, Montenegrin past, and so on. Because I mostly approach my research from the point of view of Habsburg and post-Habsburg spaces, specifically the Cisleitanian spaces, I will focus on the incommensurability of the Ottoman and Habsburg 19th century notions of gypsiness, which clashed and were forced to interact with each other in the newly established kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes. Now, just a quick note on how I use the notions of ethnicization and de-ethnicization, because I see them used in different literature in slightly different meanings. In a very literal sense, ethnicization to me means the process through which the very concept of gypsiness comes to be considered as an ethnic category, and vice versa, a process of de-ethnicization is to me a process in which the concept of gypsiness loses its ethnic content. And now we will indulge, or I will indulge myself in an exploration of some struggles of the Yugoslav state when trying to govern the perceived gypsiness. To start things off, we will briefly get acquainted with the fundamental difference between the Habsburg and the post-Ottoman, in this case Serbian, conceptions of gypsiness. Now, the Habsburg administrative definition, we are of course simplifying a complex history here, but I believe that this quote from a decree of the Ministry of Interior in 1916 very illustratively summarizes how the Habsburg state, at least Cisleitania, defined gypsiness. As you can see, Tzigeuner are nomadic persons who wander around habitually without a proper place of residence, either individually or in families or in gangs, and who learn their livelihood by engaging in migratory trades and trade, or by begging and in other unlawful ways. So this is a social definition, not an ethnical one. The crucial decree, normale, that we have to get acquainted with before we proceed is the Habsburg 1888 Zigeuner Normale, which was issued by the Viennese Ministry of Interior. It was a 14-point decree. It became known as the so-called Gypsy Decree, Zigeuner Normale. It contained instructions for the administrative, executive, and judicial authorities, and it followed explicitly the example of the 1886 Bavarian law on gypsies, and the Austrian law following this Bavarian example established a very clear difference in the treatment of the foreign and domestic so-called gypsies. The foreign gypsies, that is persons without the right of domicile or without pertinency on the Cisleitanian territories, were to be expulsed in the direction of their homeland immediately. The domestic gypsies, on the other hand, that is persons with the pertinency in Cisleitania, were to be transported to their home municipality if they were encountered outside of their home municipality without a valid travel permit. These 14 points of the decree became the main reference point for the Cisleitanian authorities when dealing with persons they perceived as gypsies. And even though there were continuous or re-emerging discussions and propositions to modify and update the Zigeuner Normale, the authorities, the Habsburg authorities, never changed it. It outlived the state frame in which it was created, and it continued, this is important for our story today, it continued to be used by the successor states, Austria, Czechoslovakia, Kingdom of Yugoslavia. Now, our juxtaposition here will be short but important. The Kingdom of Serbia as our counterpoint to understand slightly better the context of the Kingdom of Yugoslavia. In the Kingdom of Serbia, simply put, gypsiness was considered a narodnost. There's no good translation of this Slavic term into English, so I translated this as nationality-wise, but the better synonym would be the German word Volk, right? So this idea that gypsiness is a narodnost in the Kingdom of Serbia is, I believe, the outcome of a complex history of Ottoman taxation. We don't have time to go into it, but to simplify it a bit, gypsies were categorized by the Ottoman administration as a separate tax unit, and they were paying a separate haraj. Now, after we've briefly established this basic difference between the Habsburg and Serbian, aka post-Ottoman conceptions of gypsiness, we can now make the big travel in time and land in the kind of in medias res for our story, and that is the 1919 Paris Peace Conference. Even though there were no lobby groups advocating for the rights of gypsies as a minority during the pre-treaty discussions, nor was there any explicit mentioning of them in the treaties. The Paris Peace Conference did indirectly influence the status of people labeled as gypsies. Why? Because special provisions and chapters regarding minorities were included in the peace treaty with Austria, and on the same day also in the special minority treaties with analogous obligations that were signed by the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats and Slovenes and Czechoslovakia. The minority treaties provided legal basis for granting citizenship to at least some gypsies without mentioning them explicitly. How so? The treaties postulated pertinency rights, Heimatrecht, as the main criterion for granting citizenship to the former subjects of Austria-Hungary in the successor states. Individuals were declared to be members of the state which exercised sovereignty in the territories of their Heimatgemeinde. Gypsies with a right of domicile or with pertinency right in any of the former Habsburg municipalities were thus, at least in theory, granted citizenship. However, this is an important distinction that has to be made, the interwar gypsy policies were marked by a wide gap between this citizenship accessibility and, on the other hand, the accessibility of the rights of citizens. I think we have to maintain this distinction strictly. Because discriminative executive decrees on gypsies were inherited from the Habsburg times and were hauntingly present in the new gypsy laws implemented by the Czechoslovak state as well as in the Kingdom of Yugoslavia. The decisions of these interwar regimes were largely influenced by other countries in the region, especially France and Germany were a typical reference point. And apart from deliberate copying of other states' legislation, regional influences spread also in the form of disseminating ideas about how to fight the gypsy nuisance, as it was called at the time. Now to come to our specific case study. The Slovenian part of the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats and Slovenes should in principle have been the first of the former Habsburg territories to break from that existent Cisleitanian Zigeuner Normale. Why? Because in 1922, the Belgrade Ministry of Internal Affairs passed a new decree on gypsies. It ordered that the municipal and police authorities should prevent the ongoing vagrancy of wandering gypsies. In this formulation, the term was skitnički cigani, to keep records about them, to assign residency to them in individual municipalities, to punish vagrancy with a maximum of 3 months of prison, and, if deemed necessary, forced labor. However, and this is to me the funny part of the story, due to a glitch, a technical glitch in the Yugoslav lettered governance, the administrative authorities in Ljubljana didn't receive this new decree. Was it possible, one might ask, that the provincial government in Ljubljana would have no clue that a new ministerial decree had been passed? Surprisingly, it was. And I continue, was it possible for this glitch to last a few years? Even more surprisingly, it was. In the end, it took the provincial government in Ljubljana 4 years, 2 months, and a week to find out that the Central Ministry of Interior in Belgrade had passed a new decree on gypsies. And because this new 1922 law went unnoticed by the provincial government in Ljubljana, it kept on implementing the old Habsburg one. On every occasion, when an official turned to the provincial government with a question on how to react towards a certain person who was deemed a gypsy, the provincial government referenced the Habsburg decree in their advice. And then finally, the revelation of the new law from 1922 happened as a total coincidence in April 1926, so 4 years after, as I said. And how did it happen? The provincial government in Ljubljana was notified by one of its districts that the gendarmerie leadership in Ljubljana had issued some new instructions on how to deal with the so-called gypsies. And in those instructions, the gendarmes referenced the new Yugoslav decree. The Ljubljana provincial government reacted in a very unbothered way. They simply wrote to the gendarmes and asked them to send them an extra copy. of the decree. Thus, to emphasize once again, from 1922 until 1926, the gendarmes and the administrative officials in the Slovenian part of the kingdom were following two different decrees. The civil authorities used the old Habsburg decree, and the gendarmes the Yugoslav one. And because the police were under the jurisdiction of civil authorities, all of the policemen were also not aware of the new Yugoslav law. And you can imagine what kind of interesting intersections this created. The consequences of this communication glitch were considerable. Why? Because the two sets of regulations differed in one crucial aspect. According to this new Belgrade 1922 decree, district authorities had to assign a place of permanent residence to all those gypsies whose previous pertinency could not be established. So this is in a way a project of assigning citizenship to people who could not prove that their Heimatrecht from Habsburg times. In contrast, according to the old Habsburg Zigeuner Normale, municipalities were not allowed under any conditions to grant new pertinency rights to any gypsy. So these are completely conflictual sets of orders. And because they were clueless about the new Belgrade Gypsy Decree, the authorities in Ljubljana continued to follow the 1888 Zigeuner Normale. They felt the need to re-emphasize its importance and slightly modify its content, so they proceeded to issue their own instructions based on the principles of the Habsburg Zigeuner Normale. But despite these new decrees, the local and provincial authorities were continuously unsure about which regulation to use, and as archival documents on a micro level reveal, the implementation or disregard of all of these regulations was often based on the officials' personal opinions and inclinations. In 1927, another Habsburg successor state, Czechoslovakia, formed and implemented a new decree on gypsies. And the Czechoslovak law on wandering gypsies made an impact in Yugoslavia as well. Therefore, on August in 1928, the Department of Public Security at the Yugoslav Ministry of Interior in Belgrade issued a new decree on gypsies. And the decree was, again, it was in many ways just a repetition of the previous 1922 decree. It was aimed explicitly at limiting the so-called vagrancy of gypsies. And what I find interesting is that the discursive leitmotifs in the Yugoslav decree were very similar to the ones in former Cisleitania. Thus, the central Belgrade authorities left behind their previously post-Ottoman conceptualizations of gypsiness and somehow adopted the Habsburg ones. The act of criminalizing the perceived work-shy vagrancy and accusations of inclination toward thievery were a shared characteristic of the Habsburg and Yugoslav authorities. And some of the Yugoslav regulations were exactly the same as the Habsburg ones. For example, any gypsy who wanted to leave their place of residency was to be issued a travel permit by the municipal authorities. So-called idle vagrancy without a valid travel permit was to be punished by a maximum of 3 months of prison and forced labor. Municipal authorities were to keep records on long-distance travels of their resident gypsies. And foreign gypsies, again a repetition of the Habsburg decree, were to be immediately expelled across the state border. However, and I will now repeat this significant difference between the Yugoslav decree and the Habsburg one. This is the formulation of the Yugoslav authorities. I quote, "Gypsies, as well as all the other citizens, are settled in one designated place and are residents of one municipality. Those who do not yet belong to any municipality are to be ascribed a place of permanent residency by the responsible police authorities. Within reasonable limits, the gypsies' wishes are to be taken into account." The 1928 decree therefore demonstrates this significant difference. between the Habsburg and Yugoslav views on granting domicile rights to gypsies or pertinency rights. The Cisleitania and Zigeuner Normale explicitly prohibited granting domicile rights to Heimatlos gypsies. Despite this significant difference, the two approaches, however, did not differ in their core principle. Their basic idea was that each resident had to be assigned to one home municipality and should not leave the municipality without explicit permission in the form of a travel pass or a license for non-sedentary trade. The Yugoslav authorities were certain that the administrative disorder regarding gypsies, that is the constant confusion about individuals' identities and their home municipalities, could be solved by first granting residential rights to all gypsies, thus arriving to a definite list of all of them, and then simply monitoring their mobility. However, in practice, this task proved impossible. And once more, I believe this is a story we all observe in our sources in different ways, the state's appetites preceded and exceeded its actual capacities. Thus, the Yugoslav authorities continued to struggle throughout the whole interwar period with implementing the issued decrees, and they mostly blamed the lower level authorities for not applying the prescribed measures. Every few years, the Belgrade authorities reissued the same or slightly extended regulations, and again, the Banovina administrations complained that no one was paying attention or implementing these decrees. To conclude, I have hopefully shown in this presentation that the Habsburg notions of gypsiness in the administrative sense haunted the Yugoslav authorities. Belgrade authorities consequently partially de-ethnicized their notion of gypsiness and accommodated in their discourse a similar tone to the one in the late Austria-Hungary. However, I am not at the moment confident that I have an adequate explanation as to why the Habsburg legacy turned out to be such a strong conceptual irritant in Yugoslavia. It might be this is a work hypothesis. It might be that this was the influence of broader regional trends, whereby interwar Germany, Austria, Czechoslovakia, and Yugoslavia offered very similar ordinances to deal with the perceived unwanted mobility of a part of their citizens. So it might be that these international trends were the thing that prevailed and kind of erased the post-Ottoman legacy in Belgrade. In any case, I hope I have also shown that the bottom-down orders, so orders coming from the center of the kingdom, and their actual implementation differed significantly. But further research in other parts of the Kingdom of Yugoslavia should provide further details on the matter. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Vita. Now we go to our second panelist, our final presenter of the conference. His name is Ivan Jelicic. He's a postdoctoral researcher at the Department of History, the Faculty of Philosophy, the University of Rijeka, and a postdoctoral researcher at the Institute of Political History in Budapest on the ERC project Nepostrans. He studied history at the Faculty of Humanities of the University of Trieste, where he obtained a PhD in history on the topic of the socialist autonomist movement in Fiume between 1901 and 1921. He's also pardon me, my finger slipped. He's also part of an international interdisciplinary research project based at the University of British Columbia in Okanagan, entitled Rijeka in Flux, Borders and Urban Change After World War I in Fiume. His latest publications are To Ensure Normal Administrative Order and for the Population's Greater Comfort, Aspects of Post-War Transition in the Political District of Velasco-Abatia or Velasco-Abatia in Surasforschungen in 2020, and a contribution to the multilingualism of socialist and late Habsburg Rijeka Fiume, Notes on Samuela Mailander in the ETHNICITIES RECONFIGURATION in 2021. Forthcoming, it says. Ivan, the floor is yours, but let me put your presentation up. Okay. Here. Work. There we go.
Okay. Thank you very much, Cody. You may see the green screen. It's everything normal also on Zoom. Okay.
Here, let me just a second.
Okay, it's good now?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I mean, I'll present basically my paper, and the idea is, as you will see, I'll discuss some aspects of how the ethnicity issue could be researched in the area of Liburnia and Fiume, but again, as I will present in this paper, this is just some aspects that could be basically emphasized, even though there are definitely other interesting elements. So, I'll start. When in September 1922, a new vice commissioner for the Eastern province assumed office, the recently elected first post-war Italian mayor of Volosca Bacia, the largest municipality of northeast Istria, sent a letter of greetings. The short, formal letter was really nothing exceptional, yet it is worth quoting the conclusive formula the mayor, Noe Percic, used to send his municipality's population greetings. From the last bastion of Italianity on the far eastern border of the homeland. This very powerful nationalist message of guarding the nation, as we perfectly know, was not an exceptional narrative topos for this area of the world, nor of the post-war period. Neither in this area, it was a distinctive feature of Volosca Bacia. At that time, a municipality near the border of the Italian nation-state with the SCS Kingdom and the Free State of Fiume. In nearby Fiume, at the moment of Percic's letter, more on the paper, a Free State more on the paper, since the end of 1918, the Italian language daily that soon will become the only Italian language daily, bear a very similar nationalistic reference, La Vedetta d'Italia, Italy's lookout. Both terms, along with other publications as Adriatic Sentinel or The Voice of Carnaro, recalling and adapting Dante's verses that settled Italian borders on Carnaro Bay, but significantly Dante was thinking about Pola Pula and not Fiume, but anyway, were deployed by Italian nationalists in order to present Liburnia, the northeastern coastal part of the former Austrian Margraviate of Istria, and Fiume, former Hungarian Corpus Separatum, as uncontested bulwarks of Italianity, ignoring or neglecting a considered part of the population not self-identifying as Italian. To at least point out the linguistic complexity of this part of the Upper Adriatic, one could simply quote census data. Italian mother tongues in Fiume were almost but not a majority, while in the coastal part of the political district of Volosca Bacia, the Italian language everyday speakers reached 5%. In the entire district, they were 2%, but I forced a little bit of data just counting the municipalities on the coast, just to, let's say, raise even higher these numbers. As we are very well aware, census data disguises and excludes a lot: multilinguistic practices, national affiliation, national difference, and obviously people can change or be convinced to change their minds. Yet, precisely the image of a compact Italian homogeneous group sharing sameness that both the post-war Italian political activists and the census tried to display and build up was foremost an assumed notion that can be easily disclosed by contemporary sources. What I will try to do here is thus display a few episodes and figures that will point out how ethnicity, a perceived cultural distinctiveness, was seen and displayed among Italian speakers during the period of transition from the Austro-Hungarian Empire to the Italian nation-state. Even more, this distinctiveness was a reason of frictions and conflicts. Focusing on politics and identification in the post-imperial context of Fiume is rather an easy case. Not just for the extraordinary work of Dominique Ryle that clearly pointed out how localism, to be understood foremost as interest of the locals or the local elite rather than a comprehensive elaborated ideology, had a lot to do with the request to be annexed to Italy. But because Fiume, for its specific status inside Hungary, whether we label it as autonomous, semi-autonomous, or self-government, was a site of a sui generis identitarian movement whose most tangible political expression in the late Habsburg period was the Autonomist Party. The particularity and the potential ambiguity of Hungarian citizens of Italian nationality and or Italian language and culture didn't disappear in the nights of national fever of October-November 1918. In November 1918, local socialists asked for the city as a specific imperial administrative unit to become a republic because of the presence of various nationalities and the need to preserve port's function for a larger hinterland. While one can say there is nothing extraordinary in socialist, even Italian-speaking, siding nationalism to economic interest, the most crystal expression and promoter of Fiumian specificity was a local merchant, Ruggero Gottardi, leader of a few months later established autonomist Democratic Party. As the leader of this faction, advocating cities' independence or a Yugoslav protectorate, Gottardi wrote on November 15, 1918, Fiumians, true patriots, let's unite, Italians, Slavs, and Hungarians of Fiumian fathers, let's declare ourselves united under our Fiumian flag, freed citizens of Italian language, under Slav protection, but protected by our autonomy from the entire world. Quotation. Simply by relying on estimates of supporters of this party, as well as the supporters of the socialists, one can conclude that political alternatives to nation-states were not uncommon for Fiume's inhabitants. These political options, besides challenging the assumption of a citizenry merely devoted to Italian nationalism or eager to follow D'Annunzio's Italian nationalism, are still and foremost political options. Political programs that do not necessarily represent dynamics of what was happening in people's minds in the dynamic Fiumian post-war period. Yet, that political support was connected to the perception and self-representation of distinctiveness from Italians can be seen by at least two short episodes. An example of this political expression of ethnicity can be a conflict inside the firefighters' organization of Fiume between an independentist and a fascist. The actor of these stories are Mario Segnan from Fiume and his colleague Ottavio Bertuzzo from Vicenza. Commenting in February 1922 the just occurred launch of a bomb against the president of the Free State of Fiume, the two colleagues had a strong disagreement. Bertuzzo apparently was nearby when the attack happened, and on a comment of Segnan that maybe Bertuzzo himself has thrown the bomb, Bertuzzo replied, "Even if I killed Zanella," which was the president, what would happen? To that, the Fiumian replied, "If you would kill Zanella, I would kill you, because if we Fiumians lose that man, we would be lost ourselves." Later that day, seeing that Bertuzzo was reading a Trieste newspaper mentioning the event, Segnan in local Fiumian Italian dialect said the following to his colleague: "You see that even in Trieste they know that Fiume is of the Fiumians, and you that are Italian, you'll have to go away." This episode was connected to a specific event, but clearly shown that some Fiumians, despite speaking in Italian dialect, view themselves as not Italians. Yet, as I said previously, the episode was linked to a political event, and maybe these differentiations would not emerge in another context. To display that this was not entirely the case, another episode occurred a year before is again telling. Alberto Dajcic, born in Fiume in 1889, but with pertinence in Vignano, Istria, disobeyed to a local carabinieri preclusion to enter in the building by saying, "Here we are in Fiume, not in Italy." Surely, episodes of contesting Italian state authorities on the territory of Fiume because of the potential politicization of this issue sometimes might have simpler and ethnic reasons. However, the point in Fiume case is that people were ready to die and died for the cause of the Free State guided by the autonomists. One can easily say that the autonomist electoral victory of April 1921 was obtained thanks to a large dissatisfaction with city's disastrous post-war economic situation fostered by the unending transition. Yes, the autonomist party compared to the Italian nationalist bloc, which were the two political factions facing the elections, won those elections because it was the lesser evil, but it was able to obtain consent thanks to the pre-war popularity of its leader and for successfully exploiting a form of identification it built up in the late Habsburg period. Fiumian regionalism would not be turned efficiently into independentism, or there would be any reason to turn it into independentism, if city's post-imperial Austro-Hungarian future was efficiently settled and uncontested, or let's say less contested, in October-November 1918. Furthermore, if we look on the long run, regionalism did not disappear with Italian annexation or even with World War II. Autonomist followers were traced and pretty much considered a real threat for the Italian state, while it is also very well known that Yugoslav communists acknowledged in 1944 the fact that the locals, I quote, though Croatian origins, think of themselves as Fiumians. In this case, one can argue that imperial forms of self-identification survived even beyond the interwar post-imperial period. It could be simply argued that the existence of a pre-imperial specificity, obviously fostered by the international undetermined situation, was a catalyst for the continuation and cultivation of Fiumian diversity. But what was happening in the lesser specific area, e.a. in Liburnia? If we go west, to quote a famous song, the life was not peaceful there. Looking from the perspective of classical historiography, in the coastal part of northeast Istria, there was a conflict between Italians and Croatians. Croatians depicted as a homogeneous national group, where the majority had succumbed to the Italian nation state. Of course, one can't argue that the Italian state didn't want substantially to Italianize the newly annexed territories. But the issue of how to Italianize, what meant Italianization, and who were the Italianizers are the real issues here. One can start from the immediate post-war period and take the case of a relatively remote area, the tiny municipality of Mošćenice, of around 3,000 souls, made almost exclusively of Croatian speakers who, however, certainly knew some Italian. At the end of July 1918, Massimo Deskovic, Mošćenice Municipal Secretary for Propaganda and Civil Aid, Italian teacher in the local school, born in the same place, son of one of the few Italian national activists in the area, became the protagonist of a rather telling episode. Complaining to the district civil commissioner about an instigating behavior of financial company officer in Draga, Deskovic reported that the financial company officer apparently said, I quote, "Bad Croats, hardcore Croats," and used similar epithets that highly offended Croatians' national pride. Such a behavior had an influence on our propaganda and on the propaganda of our soldier, and the only one having benefit from this are most hardcore Croatians that denigrate our institutions. End quote. As can be seen here, Deskovic, a local Italian activist, was standing up for local Croatians' national pride. Obviously, Deskovic was doing this not for sympathies towards the Croatian national cause, rather he was pretty much aware that Croatians had to be conquered peacefully by the Italian state, or Croatian speakers. A position that the financial company officer, we can assume someone who was not a local, didn't share. And that this was the case, that the financial officer had a different perception between us and them, was pretty clear by the end of Deskovic's report. We, local Italians, sometimes are honored with the title Germans. The civil commissioner asked the financial company to investigate the case, meaning it was not merely discharged by the authorities, even though I couldn't find traces of what happened later. Surely, however, one can assume that in the first months of Italian presence, there were misunderstandings not only on how to treat the local population, but also regarding who is a local and an Italian. Yet different perceptions, frictions, and conflicts have not ended up with incorporation to the Italian state, as can be deduced by another story, the one of Mariano Marchi. Mariano Marchi, born in the island of Hvar, Lesina, in 1862, was an Italian national activist at the beginning of the 20th century. In Laurana Lovran, which you can see in the map, also a small municipality nearby the previously mentioned one, but which was more Italian-oriented. Marchi was interned during the war by the Austrian authorities for espionage and was father of Mario Marchi, I quote, as his father describes him, the only Italian army volunteer from Liburnia, obviously fighting on Italian side. Moreover, our Mariano Marchi was among the founders in June 1920 of Volosca Fascio. All the mentioned Italian credentials did not prevent Marchi's expulsion in 1924 from the local fascist party for apparently personal reasons. Yet, and here Marchi's stories become interesting, Marchi was very angry with the at that time secretary of Fascio, Pierluigi Pansera, and his assistant Giuseppe Duca. In a letter sent to the provincial direction of the Fascio in Pola and to the sub-prefect of Volosca, Marchi deployed all the possible ethnic arsenal in the defamation of his opponent and pre-imperial categories, as well as the imperial past. The Italian elementary teacher Giuseppe Duca was labeled by Marchi as an Albanian, an opportunist who wanted to be head zone of the local militia, fascist militia, because during the war he had a rank, fighting for the Austrian side. By looking at the data regarding teachers, we can come to understand why, in the first place, Giuseppe Duca was labeled as an Albanian. Giuseppe Duca was born in Borgo Erizzo, Arbanasi, the Albanian village near Zadar Zara, in 1881, but his links with the Albanian world do not end here. Duca finished 4 years of the gymnasium in Zadar, obtained a teaching license in Koper, Capodistria in 1914, but as rightly pointed out by Marchi, during the war from 1915 to 1918, Duca was mobilized by the command in Cetinje to organize Albanian schools in Austrian-occupied Kosovo. Duca's wartime, very imperial-looking episode did not preclude him from re-becoming an Italian national supporter. At the beginning of 1918, he was teaching his Borgo Erizzo in the Lega Nazionale school, to become in autumn 1920 teacher in the rural school just recently Italianized Oficici in Liburnia. How come Duca arrived here? What we know is that he attended in 1919 the summer school in Abbazia Opatia to learn Croatian, which is also, say, somehow rather telling of how Italian institutions were functioning in that period. The Duca made it in the local community is evident by local elections when in a local municipality he was one of the candidates. However, to make this story short, it is important to underline the lack of human resources, i.e. pro-Italian quality elements in the municipality, as well as who were considered prominent figures for the Italian cause, unsurprisingly Italian teachers. What can be perceived here is the contrast between former Italian nationalists and the newly arrived nationalists, with parts of their biographies that could be used in order to defame the opponent. The other opponent of Marchi, actually the most prominent one, was Pierluigi Pansera. Pansera was born in Sarezzo, near Brescia in 1895, fought in the war as an Italian soldier, in the artillery, in the Arditi, also in Libya after the war, and he arrived in the Adriatic shores, you could just guess, as a D'Annunzio follower. Lieutenant Pansera even ended up in the only hagiographic account of fascism in Liburnia, proudly mentioned as the organizer of an attack in a local municipality during local elections. He was basically throwing bombs so Croatian-oriented locals would not come to vote. So, for what was guilty this renowned fascist? According to Marchi, Pansera, with another local fascist, a year after the election asked the leader of the local Croats, I quote, the greatest Croatian agitator of Apriano, hater of Italy and its language, the priest Kazimir Mandić, to force the Croatian in the municipal council to elect his candidate and not a local one, something that didn't happen as Pansera didn't obtain support. As we can see, Pansera officially was remembered by the fascist regime as an arch-enemy of the Croatians, but beyond the surface, Pansera was prone to collaborate with some of the political national opponents for, we can assume, his own interests. But Pansera didn't use or try to use the Croatians against Italians only on that occasion. A municipal worker, we can presume coming from Italy, was fired because he was drinking with Pansera in the municipal building. And basically was fired, and as a revenge, Pansera attacked, I quote in the letter of Marchi, a zealous functionary and a patriot, again a local Italian. Against this local Italian, Pansera was collecting signatures, asking signatures to Croatian figures, among whom a political organizer of the Slavic list in the 1921 political elections signature appears. Pansera, and here is the main point I would say, was younger than Marchi, had a different work experience, but also was an Italian from the old Kidrum. As it can be seen here, many elements overlapped to make Pansera a persona non grata to Marchi. All this defamation, that we can presume was very well known in small communities, was also of public domain and seems not to be linked to these single episodes, or at least this single episode. It is rather telling that 4 months before Marchi's expulsion, on the first page of the Adriatic Sentinel, an article entitled Assimilation was published. I quote, "They come as brothers in their own land, not as conquerors in a foreign land. But the assimilation from the national point of view between the newcomers and the redeemed Italians still hasn't occurred. Still today it exists, somewhere more, somewhere less, a painful antagonism from Italians by Italians of the old provinces and Italians of the new provinces, as if there could be differences between sons of the same mother. Each of the two groups claims to be the only trustee of the patriotic sentiment." End quote. In another article published 2 weeks later, the same journal explained better why these differences emerged, and the reason are very much post-imperial. First of all, what was contested to the newly arrived Italians was their lack of language knowledge, because they didn't have the needed experiences to deal with Italian speakers. If you want, this was also an admission that these territories were not populated only by Italians or Italian speakers. The other problem, worth quoting, was the issue of carrierism. Even in the centers where everybody knows that the Italians before the victory could be counted on one hand, after the victory everyone claimed to have always been Italian. Admitting that this was not entirely a problem, because people of the new provinces could have become in this way supporters of Italy, which was not seen as very problematic by the journal, which is also interesting. However, the problem was this Italian national merit, claimed even by those who hadn't had any, according to the journal. The issue, really simply put it, and I quote these interesting phrases, I would say, of all Istrians are Austrians, which was the Kingdom Italian perspective, against the better stupid Istrian than intelligent Kingdom Italian, which was the perspective apparently of the locals, was obviously of material nature. Who was able to hold power, and sometimes who was even entitled to obtain power. Furthermore, the problem emerged between Austrian Italians' perception of the former state as some of them were against the abolition of imperial laws, labeled, interesting, by the article as foreign laws, but they considered these laws as better and the Italian laws as inferior and worse. Again, I would argue the habitus of the former imperial regime was something considered normal for the locals, but also there were some power relations involved. For instance, the issue of municipal autonomy between the Italian state and the previous Austrian state. Yeah, I'm actually at the conclusions. So, let's say this will be an attempt of a more larger conclusion since I'm the last one to speak, but, and it's a little bit daring, but we'll see. So even if the context of the Italian annexed former Austro-Hungarian territories at first sight seems quite divergent from other researched and presented cases, what I would argue is that this is not entirely the case. Italy was surely not a newly created state after World War I. Its territory was not entirely made by lands once part of the Habsburg Empire, as it was the case with Czechoslovakia or the Austrian Republic, or made of other former empires, as it was the case with Yugoslavia or Poland. Also, the enlargement of the Italian territory was not comparable with Romanian gains of Transylvania, which meant a substantial resizing of the state. However, and this is my point, imperial forms of identification and pre-existing categories didn't disappear with Italy substituting Austria-Hungary. In Fiume, as in Prekmurje, regionalism maintained its importance, in both cases acquiring a new form. In Fiume, contesting the Italian state, but also somehow was used to accepting it, even though this is another topic, I would say. In Prekmurje, basically, it was used to maintain power positions inside the new Yugoslav state, or obtain power positions. In Liburnia, as in Transylvania, the divide between Old Kingdom and Austrian local Italians remained vivid and was not cancelled by the first years of the fascist regime. In this sense, post-imperial continuities are not only traceable, but present serious issues even for the Italian state in what was now called the Julian March. As was rightfully pointed out by Marco Bresciani, it's not an accident that fascism in this region was also kind of an anti-Habsburg revolution. To conclude, it was not only an alleged Italianity that had to be defended against the imagined foreigner, it was Italianity itself that had to be built and made to be accepted even by the Italian-speaking population. Thank you.
Ivan, if you'll stay up here, and we'll invite Vita to please come back up.
You're organized.
Well, it's better than having everyone like run up and down, I guess. I'll stop sharing the screen, and okay. Hi everyone, questions? Victor. Victor first, and I'll keep my eye and then Jan on Zoom afterwards. So Victor and then Jan. Yeah, go for it. Here,
Thank you for the talks. I really liked the conceptual historical approach, which is very close to me, and I wanted to ask you about this, so to speak, the agency in the change. Yeah, so this was very interesting because quite rarely you can approach an actual conceptual history of legal documents of this kind of second order, so to speak. Yeah, so you do constitutions or you do this kind of like whatever political discourses, but here these are singular documents, but they are already, so to speak, this agency or influence is somehow dispersed. Yeah? So there are people who are writing these documents somewhere, they are using some sort of influence somewhere, and we are not able to trace exactly how it is going through. And I really like this let's say, description, how you were talking about these multi-scalar and multi-directional analysis. And I wanted to ask to what extent these, so to speak, fancy words are just not a code word for a sort of contingency. Yeah, can you trace actually how this change, so to speak, went further, and to what extent is it really a coincidence that somebody has read something, whatever, maybe they were not thinking that much if they are using an ethnic definition or a national definition or Habsburg definition or post-Ottoman definition, but they were just circulating certain ideas without sort of more conscious agenda.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Should we collect questions, or do you?
I think it will be easier for me to.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I think in some ways you're almost asking, is social history a thing? Is it possible to make meta-narratives? Is it possible to make big claims, to claim that certain legislative histories make a change? I would say that maybe I didn't choose good examples to translate this to the audience today, but I would say that all of the documents that I've looked at point at exactly this, that it's not contingent, right? It matters that the Ottoman state had a long history of taxation, and it's clear that for example, the process of ethnicization happens slightly sooner in all of the post-Ottoman territories, not only Serbia. The very first self-organized Gypsy associations appear in the post-Ottoman space and in the space of the Russian Empire. So slowly, I believe that this evidence kind of stacks up to make a bigger claim that there is a big difference between. So the Habsburg and the German spaces, I claim, are a shared conceptual region in the late 19th century and early 20th century. France is sort of part of this conceptual region, and you can see this very directly in the diplomatic correspondence between the states. The way, for example, one of the Yugoslav laws that I showed, I found them in the Austrian archives, because Austria, the Republic of Austria, was kind of constantly surveilling their surrounding countries and trying to see what they were doing. So we have to be aware that since late 19th century, but especially since the establishment of Interpol in early 20th century, the so-called Gypsy question was an international topic. So there were international waves of, or international kind of conventions of how to deal with these things. And I believe that looking at the history of these legal traditions shows or points to these larger claims. I don't know if this is addressed yet.
Thank you, Vita. Jan, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for my question would also be to Vita and the absolutely fantastic paper. I really enjoyed that. There would be mainly two questions. Whether, I mean, the legal level is one thing, the other is like how people are dealing with that, also conceptually. If they are assigning, or if they move from the sociological definition of a gypsy being somebody who is on the move and so on, isn't that the question of settling them forcefully or ascribing them a place of residence in a way undermining this definition? But on the other hand, then it appears to me that even in the Yugoslav case, then there also continues to be some form of this sociological definition, no? Because who do they decide is a gypsy? Who falls into this category? Who, when they have to apply for permissions to move to travel, or so, who has to apply and who doesn't have to apply? So I would just love to hear like how this then works out in practice and how these categories then maybe also fall apart in the local practice. And the other thing, you just mentioned gypsy self-organization there. I would love to hear what is their take on that. How do people see themselves? Thank you so much.
Yeah. My hearing is kind of bad. Okay. Got it. Thank you. Hi. So as I argued, the Yugoslav case de-ethnicized their discourse, right? So they changed their definition of what was previously a clearly ethnical conception of gypsiness. And what I find so interesting is that this is revealed on the level of grammar as well. So if we look at 19th century Serbian decrees issued on gypsiness, or the statistical reports, they capitalize the word. And then the Kingdom of Yugoslavia somehow, because of this is my hypothesis, because of this influence of a more sociological or a social definition of gypsiness, they, at first they start mixing capitalized and non-capitalized version of the word in the same text, and then gradually they lose the capitalized version. But then there is a countercurrent that is happening, and I didn't address this at all in my talk today, and that's the impact of minority treaties. I believe that with the era of minority treaties, a certain kind of conceptual sphere is created, at least in Central Europe, whereas there is less discursive space for categories which kind of don't fit into this very narrow idea of national majority and national minority. I would argue, although I don't, this would be my question for you guys that are dealing with Jewishness, if one could argue that Jewishness is kind of pushed into a minoritized direction, ethnicized direction, precisely for this reason, that the era of minorities makes it politically possible to claim a certain kind of identity, makes it politically sensible to claim a certain kind of identity and to move away from a different kind of identity. And this brings me, well, I'm not sure I'm actually addressing your question, sorry. In practice, how it was implemented and who decided who is a gypsy and who is not, it was mostly gendarmes, local police, municipal authorities that made lists of their local gypsies. And in some cases, if they truly ascribed to this sociological definition, they would even write things like, this guy used to be a gypsy, but he is now settled and is no longer. His gypsy, not legacy, heritage, yeah, his gypsy background can no longer be seen. But there is, of course, a counter process that's going on, and that's racialization of certain categories in Europe as well. So these are all, they can't be easily described, but I think they can be sensed in the sources. So this era of minority treaties brings with itself a lot of uncertainties, where suddenly local officials start explicitly explaining, well, he's a gypsy, but we only consider him as a gypsy because of this and that. So you can see these kind of conceptual insecurities happening in the minds of the very people who are supposed to decide this. And as you saw, it's almost a matter of life and death. Either you are, your very existence is criminalized and you are sent to forced labor, and your body is destroyed by that, or you are not, right? And it's, in this way it is contingent, as Victor said. Did I address your questions, or?
How gypsy organizations or saw themselves responding to that?
I would want to mention a really good ERC project, which is right now in the last year. It was led by Elena Marushiakova and Veselin Popov, Bulgarian ethnographers turned historians. They are stationed at the St. Andrews University. And it was a project on interwar self-organization of Roma. They published an open access source book. I think it has more than 1,000 pages. Wonderful stuff. They had people from Finland, Russia, Yugoslavia, all over, Romania, and they published primary sources with commentaries. So you can see, for example, Russian Empire, very early publications in Romani language, establishing Romani-speaking theaters in Moscow. Yugoslavia sees in the 1930s kind of groups which define themselves as professional organizations, but they have a kind of a cultural undertone as well, whereas they proclaim that we have to take care of each other. So there's a social kind of a social welfare aspect to it, where they promise to each other to take care of each other, but also we have to send our children to school, we have to protect our culture, language, and so on. So this is a matter for Yugoslavia of 1930s, but again, it only happens in Belgrade. So there's no such thing in post-Habsburg regions. There's no self-organization in the interwar period.
Thanks very much. Now we have a question from Segolen. Yep.
I have a small question to Eva and a question to Mrs. Zala. Eva, your Italian from human, did they find think of, it remembers me, of course, of Alsace, where the German laws were defended as a part of Alsatian legacy in heritage culture. Indeed, there were German laws, but because of the Alsatian regional identity being so important for France after the First World War, it was the possibility to defend it against the French laws. So I wanted to ask if something in this kind existed in Italy, if there were some positive elements connecting Habsburg history and I don't believe it.
No, I think if I understood you correctly, so the question was, I mean, before World War I, there was like an attention or importance of Fiume as part of the lands which should be redeemed. Well, yeah,
yes, the idea, sorry, Ivan, the idea was also if it could be used to defend after the war some special uses, like for example Austrian laws.
No, so I mean, this on one side this centers on our next work package, which are discourses, but I mean, you're perfectly right for the post-war period, not so much for the pre-war period, in the sense that I would say that historiography basically agrees with that it was not considered as one of the lands which should be claimed by Italy, or which was really not in the landscape of the Italian thinkers. And generally the best, the best way to conclude this is that when the Treaty of London was signed, the city was excluded from Italian lands which were, supposed to be given to Italy, even mostly for economic reasons, but this again would prove the fact it was not so important. On the other side, however, after World War I, it became really important. I mean, there is also a publication of Milou van Hout in Nations and, what's the name of the journal? Nations and Ethnicity, where she actually framed how this discourse of Fiume was used to introduce a new kind of nationalism in Italy. But basically, thanks to the D'Annunzio saga, it became part of the, let's say, of the new national narrative. I mean, I think that still today there is plenty of Italian cities which have the name of the city. The coat of arms was put on the altar of the homeland in Italy. It's still part of the altar of the homeland. In the fascist exhibition, there was a special section for D'Annunzio and Fiume. So it was framed this way, mostly like part of the narrative of what was happening after World War I. But also, and this is the point that I wanted to make, but it's another, I would say, another subtopic, that this kind of regionalism was reread, in the sense that it was seen, autonomism was seen as a, proto-national identitarian movement, like something that necessarily would have led to Italian nationalism, in a sense of a teleological reading, if you want.
Without anything Austrian, without.
Well, the Austrian, Hungarian.
Hungarian, yes.
Yeah, no, I mean these elements were somehow discharged or Italianized. I mean, the best example is the coat of arms of the city. It was the two-headed eagle and it was decapitated, both symbolically and I mean the statue, and it was like Italianized in the sense of now being a Roman eagle with one head, obviously. Thank you.
My question to Mrs. Zala, would it be a small, well, it's very interesting communication you did, and I think during between the two wars in France, the main point was the laws or the measures against vagrancy. Vagrancy was the first topic to be dealt with. And I wanted to ask you, because you spoke about ethnicity, sorry, I'm coming back. You may have sorted out what I'm trying to say. To fight the vagrancy, it was a mean to gain rural population for the Republic or for some specific political parties. And I wanted to ask you if you observed in your sources such reactions or such ideas to
Thank you. I'm sorry, my hearing is really bad. I couldn't, so the first question you were asking me if I noticed that some political sections would, could you just repeat the first question, sorry?
Yes, the main point in the French sources is more fight against vagrancy than against ethnic gypsies, who are not called or named as ethnic gypsies. But vagrancy is really a big topic during
Yes.
the interwar period.
Yes.
It is in the political. It is political as well. It is in order to gain the votes of the rural population.
So generally speaking, as I said, France, Germany, and the Habsburg territories have this shamed history of emphasizing vagrancy and not language or culture or even racial characteristics, supposed racial characteristics, to identify who is, in their opinion, a gypsy. In the French case, the term nomad was used, right, in the laws. So they have this same emphasis on mobility. So this also means that the laws kind of targeted some of the Roma, but not all of them, right? But as soon as the categories became more ethnicized, then they would increasingly target Romani speakers. The way it was used as a political weapon, usually I would see this in newspaper articles or in kind of parliamentary discussions where certain politicians would claim, well, the people are demanding that we do something. There is this gypsy nuisance in the countryside, so it was framed as a problem that is experienced by people in the countryside, not in the cities. And very often these parliamentary discussions would go into this direction. I've heard from the farmers in this town or in this village that it's becoming unbearable, that they are losing their crops or their chickens are disappearing. We have to do something. We have to deal with this so-called gypsy nuisance. Is this what you were?
Yes, so it's exactly the same like you asked. That was my question.
Yeah.
Thank you. So my question was, if you use that, if you use a little bit what non-gypsy people were thinking and trying to, or if you concentrate on gypsies and below, or if you use also the population around, which is not gypsies and which have perhaps some wishes or some claims, for example, against gypsies.
Like the question is
No,
about the source base.
I think it was enough. I thank you for that.
Sorry, yeah.
Now, Chris, and I believe that will be our last question to keep the schedule. Unless anyone has a pressing question. Chris, come on up.
So this is also for Yvonne then, partly because I think your case is always fascinating, but there's so many different examples and so many different factors that it's hard for me to kind of keep things straight sometimes. But we've been talking about, and you were talking about how, so regionalism is at play here, nationalism is at play here, localism is at play here, again, as in almost all of our cases. But also how you have these cases where you have basically Kingdom Italians from the Kingdom of Italy, you have local Italians, you have Croatians, writ largely. But I was just wondering then if you could maybe put in more simpler or concrete language how people, in the cases that you've looked at, for example, some of these villages in Istria, what kinds of, among these Italians, how people would define themselves kind of before the war and then after the war. If you have the same sort of regionalism, do they talk about themselves as Istrian Italians? Do they talk about themselves as
locals, but they're Italian speakers? And then do you see a sort of evolution then after the war, something like along the lines of, as you were saying, in Pekmoria, where you haven't sort of, it doesn't seem like it's an imported regionalism, but where that obviously becomes something where people are not talking about beforehand, because I think that would also be interesting. Thanks. Well, actually, thank you, because it's a really good question. But I mean, the reason why, I'm researching both areas, and I think that both areas are valid to somehow be compared, because Fiume is an easy case, as I said, because you have something which is evidently a regionalistic movement, in the sense that you can trace the existence of this kind of self-identification, I presume, mostly for political reasons, before the war. In the case of this part of Istria, I couldn't find something like this. I couldn't actually answer you correctly how these people identify themselves, rather than that they were Italian activists, that they probably understood themselves somehow as Italians. However, here the problem becomes bigger, because this is a region where the activity of the Italian Liberal Party, so which was basically the national activists in the entire Istrian area, was really, really lacking. I barely could find, any publication about these people, about their activity. There is something in, canonical works about, the rising of the Croatian national movement, so obviously the opponents are mentioned. But I was also trying to, somehow reconstruct their social structure. I have a few people, a few names, but I cannot tell you anything more substantial than this. And this is also somehow why I think this case is interesting, because you don't have regionalism in the sense that you have a kind of a self-understanding of Eastern Italians, but after the war, you have this kind of, evidently from the sources, a kind of a differentiation between these different groups of Italians, with those who came and the others who were here previously, even though this is again the problem who was here previously, because my dear Mariano Marchi was from Dalmatia here in the 20th century, but definitely felt as a local in a certain way, So yeah, unfortunately I don't have a kind of an answer, but this would be like an interesting project to work on the pre-war period, but it's a topic for itself. Even though from the Croatian perspective it's interesting, I didn't mention this, there is a kind of a attempt of a regionalist movement in this area, which had some kind of success at the end of the 19th century. This is the so-called Istrian movement, again by a guy on the same village with who has the origin has the same origin as our guy who was the Italian teacher. So, but again, this could be rather, I would say, difficult to say how much this could have been exploited by the Italian state after 1918, even though you could maybe claim that something could have been exploited in the sense, and this is my, let's say, interpretation, that the population basically in these areas was not really over-nationalized, in the sense that really, had a clear idea of what was nationalism. And just to conclude, I saw in the census, when I was looking at the data, that this municipality of Lovran had actually a quite elevated number of Slovene speakers. And I don't know any Slovene activists in this area, but I suppose that somehow they, misunderstood the term Slovene as Slav speaker, which could be also, again, rather telling of the level of nationalization in these areas.
Yeah. So thanks very much. Let's have another round of applause for our presenters. Now we enter 10 minutes. Okay, so we'll take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to come back and have the closing discussion. So we'll see you at 3:30.
Well, so it's a kind of conclusion of the conference, but not yet the word of farewell and gratitude. Rather, I would like to try a kind of concluding discussion, offering a few general thoughts, what I saw and found interesting in the papers, and obviously aiming at thinking about how we can use what we have heard for the purpose of this conference, as well as the purpose of the project. And I invite you to either offer your more general thoughts in the next 50 minutes, 55 minutes, or contribute, challenge, argue, whatever you think appropriate. And what I try to offer is not comprehensive at all. It's more about possibilities, what I have found listening to the talks. So the first, and I think very obvious, because it was the aim of the conference, is how to relate ethnicity to the other phenomena we have heard of: class, administrative categories, or processes or institutionalization processes of the nation which are not explicitly national, how to do it vertically and horizontally, and bringing together the material and the emotional, because this is often happens, and with good reason, that we juxtapose somehow the national with something material, and this is a very good way to show, to deconstruct the ambiguities of ethnicity and ethnic discourses and ethnic references, but nevertheless the ethnicity, the nationhood used to have emotional aspects as well, but not just in this very individual emotional sense. But what is, what for me was interesting while listening to these talks was the different ideas of social order and hierarchies. So not just simply some kind of order of things, but most of these implicitly or explicitly posit hierarchies between social groups, people, institutions, whatever, and how these often different hierarchies that certain ideas imply are still interconnected, related with each other. How ideas like order or even justice influence what people think about and how people react to claims on ethnicity in their lives. That brings me to the second more general issue, which was present in many of the presentations, is the strength of these kind of often emotional judgments regarding what is fair, justified, what is an injustice, what is a slight, what is a grievance, and how far, and what could be interesting after listening to the talks again, how far these are capable to delegitimize these discursive orders or ideas of order, including the nation state. Just recently, Ivan's examples of how people try to differentiate themselves from something that they found problematic in these terms as well, not fair, not justified, shows that there is a very small step to questioning the whole national order, or at least putting a question mark behind it. But it's also important, if we look from this perspective, what to do with this moment of collapse, the end of the war, what is again very easy and to a certain extent really justified to think of a kind of void, what it means, how, first, what comes as a substitute for the state, and second, what kind of combinations could emerge, because we have heard of local attachments and actions based on these local or regional attachments, about some kind of even professional groupness or classes, but they are very often on the one hand combined, and the other hand implies also practices that could probably tell us again something about that is very often hidden in the sources, how people try to think of a way of reorganizing their lives. I found very interesting what Sekolin meant about the, and displayed also in her presentation, of these attempt of the officials of the mining company to establish a trade union, and mostly because there are several similar cases at the end of the First World War in Hungary, where all kinds of officials try to unionize themselves, because that seems to be the most effective way, because of the successes of the social democracy, which is interesting. Also a demonstration of how much it was not only nationhood and the nation state that was perceived as the best way to overcome the void in people or in society, so to say. The fourth one is a very broad issue. It's very easy to, or it's relatively easy to think of ethnicization as a process, and we have different models, but is there a chance to think of ethnicity at the individual level as a process? That was something bit different from, especially in the moments of transition, where we still can pinpoint certain beginnings and certain ends, moments of the start of the crumbling of order and moments of the stabilization of a new order. Or we are only left with these customary qualifications of ethnicity as dynamic, flexible, conjunctural, situational, which is much more connected with certain moments. And what could be the sources or means of actually discovering it? Some presentations highlighted individual cases, but we also know the problems with the sources, especially if we are not dealing with really well-known figures. So whether we can follow their trajectories and use these trajectories of rethinking individual ethnicity as a process. But flexibility in itself is an interesting issue, as I already mentioned after Oliver's presentation, because it seems to be so prevalent regardless of intellectual education, intellectual capacities, social status. So it seems that ordinary people could be almost as flexible as very educated ones. So where does this kind of flexibility come? How people acquire the skills to be flexible with ethnicity, or what makes them flexible with ethnicity? I'm not sure at all, and I don't want to suggest that this is something of an acquired skill or people are educated. Somehow this is an intriguing question, I think. The next issue is the intensity of nationalism. This is a era, this is a short, we dealt with a short period which is rightly sort of being one of the more intense periods of nationalism and nationhood. But we also know that this is changing as well. So how that kind of intensification and de-intensification relates to something we could think of as a process. Yes, definitely there are frames that are impossible to leave out from interpretation, like the change of statehood, the ideas, the legitimizing ideas, and the legal framework of these states, not just in terms of democratization or at least the transition to a much more inclusive form of polity, but also in terms of the constitutional architectures, what they imply and what kind of practices actually are there, which is related to that kind of duality of practices and ideas that is much more often studied regarding nationalism, nationhood, ethnicity, but not necessarily, not the same. So this is still a kind of frame, and especially if we move between levels and scales within the state, they could offer a very interesting, variegated picture. The next one is again, I would say, call it a speculative question. How much can we imagine the nation as a permanent trial and error? Let's call it. So that's one of the conclusions we can draw from these, or most of the presentations, is that it's not just that the process of nation building is never finished, but rather that it always fails to a certain extent. Expectations of activists are rarely met on the ground. People always try to find new ways to get rid of the responsibilities or the norms that are imposed on them, whatever. So this is again could result in certain dynamics in which the whole, let's call it, struggle over what the nation is not just a struggle between national actors, but that's where everyone is somehow contributing, because somewhere the nationhood is, or ethnicity is put on the table for everyone. And the last one is, again, it's really, I think, familiar for all of us, and definitely will not, and we will definitely not find here a kind of answer, but somehow all of us are thinking of it, is that what exactly we see from these sources we use and what we presented here, how much we can abstract from these sources to something that is ethnicity, but not in that very concrete sense of individual identification or sense of identity, but something that is not yet a reified group quality, but still not just an individual's reaction or attitude. So these are what I thought interesting after listening to your talk. And as I said, everyone is welcome to contribute with practically anything, because I don't think that my general questions and ideas are exclusive, but also you are welcome to think along these lines together. So, if anyone, just raise your hands or I will chair the session. So, I'm standing here in front of the executioner's cat. Okay, come here, Ivan.
It's a kind actually of, I'll suppose, an attempt of generalization, and I think it goes into the direction of what was Victor saying yesterday. We are dealing, as part of the project, basically with the post-Habsburg lens, but the issue is, could we expand, or could we think that we had the capacity, or do we think that our conclusions on our research, let's say, data we have, could be used for other areas? Not necessarily maybe only the areas of former empires, but maybe also other areas of at least Europe, if not of the world. I mean, it's a good question in this sense. Does this regionalism that we said is somehow not necessarily, but somehow linked to the specificity of Habsburg institutions, also something that could we try to trace in other areas? It's just a reflection. I mean, it's not. It's just to break the ice.
Okay. So, anyone wants to react to Ivan's? Okay, Chris.
All the problems and all the research results are already there. So as we said, we solved all the problems last evening after a short discussion, but we'll try to continue that here. No, I just had a couple of things that perhaps I could add, or that were basically going off of what Ivan had said and what Gabor had talked about already. I mean, one is, sorry Ivan, but I liked what we were talking about yesterday afternoon, and what you brought up again, and what Gabor keeps bringing up too, and that's how to expand from quote unquote anecdotal evidence, where you can't really, you have many cases, but you don't really know statistically how significant they are, and how much can you actually generalize and draw significance from that. And I think it's something worth to think about more. I don't really have an answer for that, but because I think at the end of the day, if we all are finding these sorts of similar cases, that probably is significant in itself. And I think particularly, perhaps also thinking about what you were talking about, Gabor, as far as trying to go past sorts of looking at one individual case, but also trying not to say that this is not to reify as a group. You know, you can think of, well, this isn't very original, but once again, try to talk about, as you've done, individual strategies and patterns of identification, which is nothing new, but it's some way of perhaps, once again, not reifying, but also being attentive to the individual without just telling an individual story, and looking for sorts of commonalities past that. Sorry, yeah, the one, I mean, I think for especially the one thing that has kept also coming up, which would be interesting to look at, is this, I keep saying it, but not just regionalisms, but kind of the impact, once again, of the Crown Land institution, and how then, how that can, come up in this post-imperial moment in different ways, when it does not make an appearance, but it seems like that's pretty critical to many different contexts. Anyways, maybe I'll leave that here for now.
Okay, thanks. So, oh, and okay, so second one, yeah. Okay, so I noticed but first we have here.
I try to be very brief. For me, were very important to see by the case studies the connection between overall situation and the case studies matter. Because the big tendencies in Europe, only in Europe, and in Romania, in Yugoslavia, are the same, and the overall situation and the tendencies reflects each other. And it were very important, a part of these case studies give to these contacts.
Okay, so thank you. That's important. That somehow resonates with what Chris said, that if we find similar things in different contexts, that could be significant in itself. Okay, so Sekolin and then Jan.
I will try to be clear. I completely agree with this gentleman, and I would go further to say that we should perhaps not try to generalize, but on the contrary, to be as precise as possible, as individual as possible, and that would be our way to change global narratives which are not completely true or too general. More precise and less generalization.
Okay, thanks. Jan?
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you very much for the many really inspiring papers. So my take on this question of whether this can be expanded beyond the Habsburg Empire, this question of regionalism and so on. I think that's absolutely completely clear. There have been important works in other regions like Silesia, but also Lithuania, but we could expand that. I mean, in the country where I live, in the UK, there are very, especially after the First World War, very, very strong regionalist campaigns, political activities, and so on. There's a strong Yorkshire identity, for example, already existing before the war, but being strengthened through the war by, for example, by, amongst other things, the British policy of having regionally based or often community-based military units. One of the things that struck me through many of the papers is that we have this much more local and regional and often private considerations that are moving people at a time when supposedly the big stories are now unfolding. So the big story of the nation is unfolding, or the big story of the world revolution is unfolding, although this hasn't been touched on that much. And actually, when many are looking at the sources, we're actually seeing that many people are concerned much more with what is happening in their backyard, what is happening to the local community, and so on. And I think this is a really interesting conflict or a really interesting tension many people here are investigating. And my thought, maybe from my own work, but I'm sure this is true for many others, is this has to do quite a lot with the trauma of the war and the massive suffering for years and years that went on, and subsequently a wish for many people to just survive in such a horrible situation, to continue with some kind of normalcy. And I think in that sense we can expand it. This question of grassroots or local research and so on, expanded beyond the question of ethnicity, on the question of nation and so on, which are still absolutely central. And ask, but what is moving people? How are they dealing with the trauma? How they are trying to come to terms with what has happened, with what will happen in these manifold experiences.
Okay, Jana?
Yeah, I would like to draw on your remark about failing, the nation that fails at try and error, because I think that is already an answer to a question how to conceptualize ethnicization on the individual level or the regional level, because I think the reconfiguring of nation in this try and error sense is just possible, it's only possible on the individual and the regional level, and I think this perspective makes it possible to transpose this concept to our times of nowadays, because if you're, I was thinking about transformation of Berlin or Germany, how German Jewish people or German Turkish people within the last decades of, let's say, like 50 years, were challenged in their feeling of nationhood or ethnicity, and changed, and that was individual decisions, and they changed, being more like Turkish, more German, or more Jewish and less German, whatever. But you couldn't conceptualize this in an overall sense, but you can see these processes on the individual or smaller collective levels, and I think it's very useful to think in this term, because nation will not vanish as a concept as far as we see, but it's always in a process. So I think it's very useful, this try and error thing.
Okay, Victor.
Yeah, I would like to address the question of representability or transferability of these concepts and ideas that we use here. I was as well, that's why these discussions yesterday, puzzled by this feeling that, okay, certain things are not that easily transferable because there is a very particular social infrastructure of these particular changes on the level of ethnicity. But what I was thinking later, actually, so to speak, beyond this sociologizing idea of how these particular, for instance, regional identities are embedded in particular, yeah, exactly, infrastructures would be maybe a good word. I started to think that maybe we can try to think in terms of other casing. So taking cases we analyze, and not along the standard essentialized ontology which historians usually use, like biographies, particular people, particular associations, these entities which belong to the natural world, so to speak. But maybe we can disentangle these cases and put them together again on a slightly different level. And for instance, this was as well a question you, Gabor, raised today in relation to the biographies. Yeah? Maybe you can compare biographies and think about representability of what you find, for instance, in particular lives. And not in terms of, okay, we have 3 cases of this particular biography, but maybe we can say about something about, it's kind of hard to conceptualize, I still don't know what kind of vocabulary, what kind of metaphor I can use, but maybe we can think about this linchpins or something which is mediating between elements in these entities, sort of like formal glue which binds particular elements, which can be different. Like there are different configurations possible, but nonetheless the logic behind binding the elements of this configuration is somehow comparable. That would be a sort of a social grammar, maybe, sort of rule of combination. And maybe this rule of combination, for instance, can be somehow historicized and site-specific, but as well with all due caution, it can be generalized in a way. It can serve us as a sort of explanatory mechanism for something beyond this particular context. And then we are not trapped in this kind of demon of induction, yeah, which is very often haunting historiography, sort of keeping us on the level of very descriptive, idiosyncratic thinking about what is going on there. Yeah? And maybe this kind of formal gesture would make it would make it somehow, yeah, comparable and as well typologically and not statistically representative, so to speak.
Okay, thank you. I'm concluding.
Yeah. Thanks. I think one issue that was brought up by others, also by your comments, Gabor, is this implicit spatial negotiations that we have to make among, let's say, these different ways in which people express identification over time. And I think that this is a good way to historicize these phenomena, is to tie them really closely, not just to a certain chronology of political events or sort of temporal factors that influence institutional decisions in terms of social policy, welfare, that kind of thing, but also the spatial optics of these issues. So if you have a sort of localism or regionalism, this also implies a certain explicit spatial horizon, and I think that this makes a lot of sense as one organizing principle which could serve as some sort of means of comparison. So if in Fiume you have a certain local patriotism which extends to a city-state, in another region you might have a much broader sort of spatial frame, but not matching that of an entire crown land, but a certain geographic, spatial, agrarian, economic, or urban industrial sort of complex. And I think that these sort of issues, this sort of almost like backgrounds, I say some more dense historiographic backgrounds might help us to not reify these processes of sort of creating and identifying certain ethnicities. And I think that this is really our task, in a way, is not just sort of comparison or entanglement, but also to sort of really show that if we want to, like follow Segolen's suggestion, and be very particular and be sort of more individualizing and less generalizing, then we also have to accept that there's a certain negotiation that follows from this, that if we don't reify things, if we do sort of accept the contingency of certain factors, then it also means that we have to sort of change the way in which we view ethnicity. So ethnicity in 1920 looks very different from ethnicity in 1820 than from 2020, you know what I mean? So like these sort of processes change, we may use the same label as ethnicization or the development of ethnicity, but nevertheless, like the sort of actual horizons of these have temporal and spatial, fundamental temporal and spatial horizons which we have to take into account, and I think that this can aid us in historicizing them and maybe even, writing these sort of more synthetic narratives. Okay, thanks.
Look at the screen. Whether we no. Well, I think that we started to fill the time allotted for this panel quite neatly and nicely. And thank you very much for all these contributions. I just want to react to one thing, and to a certain extent, rather in an ironic way, but maybe, but hopefully also provocatively, that what Jan said about the ordeals of the war as a kind of very important experience that brought people to the edge of existence and therefore made very basic, often very basic concerns the most important for them, could lead to a question if we think of the emergence of nation states that were heralded as something of a solution for most of the problems of societies in East Central Europe, whether it is then somehow pushing a bit to the extreme. Was it a kind of the emergence of nation states a kind of least worst contingent event, or was it really was it still the best possible solutions for all these problems? And that's obviously, if we can find within this exaggeration some kind of meaningful question, that's something that we can probably think of somewhat differently, not just reigniting that old debate over the viability of empires and the democratic potential of nation states or whatever, but somehow finding something that speaks to people's concerns, and also somehow relating it still to these very idealistic concepts that were definitely part of the spirit of the era at the end of the First World War. And I really don't want to make a conclusion anymore. Thank you for the participation of everyone who attended the conference, online or here in Budapest. And I especially want to thank again the organizers and those who worked on behalf of the City Archives of Budapest here. I hope you enjoyed the conference. I was told that we had a relatively surprising following on online, internet. For example, YouTube was visited by more than 100 people already. So it seems that we could generate something of an interest. We will see in the next months what kind of interest it was, whether administrative or real academic interest. But nevertheless, I think that for me, it was a very instructive conference, and I'm really happy to have the chance to discuss all of these issues with all of you in person, because it's still much more intense and effective than online. But it obviously doesn't apply to the online attendees of this conference. So, thank you very much.